That wasn't a gavel.
Lights out, we're about to start, thank you.
Laura,
Please turn your
the
cell
mayor's
phones
on
off
mute.
for
I don't know if we control that.
Storm measures posted in the main lobby of the municipal building and on municipal website. Accordingly, the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act have been satisfied with regard to this meeting. Please stand for the salute to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Different time zone.
Mayor Karlovich. Councilman Boyle.
Here.
Councilman Finestrella.
Here.
Councilwoman Giordano Paserno.
Yes.
Councilman Morrow.
Here.
Councilman Piper.
Here.
Councilman Scurries.
Here.
We have quorum.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the minutes of April 15, 2026.
Motion.
Second.
That, I can't see who made the vote for the first motion.
Joe.
Here. Me.
And
Motion made by Councilman Finestrella, seconded by Councilwoman Giordano. Roll call.
Councilman Boyle.
Yes.
Councilman Finestrella.
Yes.
Councilwoman Giordano Paserno.
yes.
Councilman Morrow.
Yes.
Councilman Piper.
Yes.
And Councilman Scurries.
Yes.
Okay, I have two proclamations this evening. One is for National Police Week and one is for National Public Works Week. National Police Week is a time for our community to pause, reflect, and express our deep gratitude for the law enforcement officers who protect and serve us each day. It is a moment to honor those who have given their lives in the line of duty and to recognize the unwavering courage and compassion of the officers who continue to serve. Here in Borough County, we proudly stand with our police officers and thank them for their dedication, their sacrifices, and their commitment to keeping our community safe. Whereas the Congress and the President of the United States have designated the week of May 6th through May 16th as National Police Week, with May 15, 2026 recognized as Police Officer Memorial Day. Established in 1962, National Police Week provides an opportunity for communities across the country to reflect on the critical role law enforcement officers play in protecting the lives and property, upholding the rule of law, and preserving the rights of all citizens. It is also a time of remembrance, when the nation honors those officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty, including memorial events held in Washington, D.C., such as a candlelit vigil hosted by the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund. This observance further recognizes the men and women who continue to serve, often in difficult and unpredictable circumstances, demonstrating courage, professionalism, and an unwavering commitment to the safety of others. Here in the Borough of Kenilworth, we proudly acknowledge the members of the Kenilworth Police Department, whose daily service reflects not only a dedication to public safety, but also a strong commitment to the community engagement, compassion, and building trust with our residents. Their work, whether responding to emergencies, supporting community initiatives, or simply being a visible and reassuring presence, strengthens the fabric of our community. It is both fitting and necessary that we take this time to honor the memory of those officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty, while also expressing our deep appreciation for those who continue to serve with honor and distinction. Now therefore be it proclaimed that I, the Mayor of Kenilworth, Borough of Kenilworth, County of Union, State of New Jersey, do hereby proclaim May 10th through May 16th as National Police Week in the Borough of Kenilworth. Be it further proclaimed that May 15, 2026 shall be recognized as Police Officers Memorial Day, and I encourage all residents to observe this week and to join us in honoring law enforcement officers who have given their lives in the line of duty, and for those who continue to serve with courage and dedication. Thank you very much.
Thank you for telling us.
We're going to be celebrating a lot of our professionals in Kenilworth this month. The Borough of Kenilworth is proud to recognize National Public Works Week, a nationwide celebration honoring the dedication and essential contributions of the public works professionals. This annual observance highlights the vital role these individuals play and maintaining safe and efficient and thriving communities. All through visible projects residents can rely on each day and with the behind-the-scenes work that keep the central system running smoothly. Whereas the National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, will be observed from May 17th through May 23rd, 2026, under the theme Rooted in Service, Powered by Community, which recognizes that the foundation of public works is built on a deep commitment to serving others and strengthening the communities in which we live. This year's theme highlights how the essential work of public works professionals, both visible and behind the scenes, supports the evolution of our communities into places where people can live, work, and thrive with purpose and possibility. From the construction and maintenance of roads and bridges to the management of water, sewer, and stormwater systems, public works serves an integral to the health, safety, and daily function of our borough, forming the backbone of a strong, resilient community. Here in the Borough of Kenilworth, we proudly recognize and extend our sincere appreciation to the members of the Kenilworth Department of Public Works, whose dedication, skill, and responsiveness are evident in every aspect of our community, whether through highly visible projects or the essential work performed behind the scenes. As the men and women of Kenilworth Department of Public Works exemplify the spirit of rooted in service, powered by community, consistently demonstrating professionalism, reliability, and a commitment to improving the quality of life for all residents. National Public Works Week provides an opportunity to acknowledge and thank these individuals whose work, seen and unseen, forms the foundation of a thriving, connected, and forward-looking community. Now therefore be it proclaimed that I, the Mayor of the Borough of Kenilworth, County of Union, State of New Jersey, do hereby proclaim May 17th through May 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week in the Borough of Kenilworth. Be it further proclaimed that all residents are encouraged to recognize and thank the dedicated public works professionals who serve our community each day and whose efforts continue to power the strength and success of the Borough of Kenilworth. Thank you.
Public Works likes to thank Borough Council, Mayor, Laura, all administration staff, every department head, and all the council, all the residents for their continued support. Thank you.
Okay, I want to start by thanking all of you for being here. I apologize that I'm not able to be with you in person for this meeting. I also want to thank everyone from Kenilworth and across Union County who have made your voices heard. Even though you who opposed Corwin's development project, you raised honest, good faith questions about how it will affect our community and beyond. First, let me say that as mayor, my responsibility is to the people of Kenilworth, and my mission is to improve our quality of life and expand our economic opportunity. I want to make it clear that the redevelopment of this site was approved by council in September of 2024, and the data center was approved by the planning board in May of 2025. After review and public hearings were held, this information was posted in local newspapers and on our borough website, on the bulletin board located in front of Borough Hall, and I also posted this to my social media page. Our team and I are working every day in and day out to negotiate a pilot, an agreement with real accountability for firm meetings, and a strong community benefits framework, ensuring that the company makes significant long-term investments in the borough and this county. We look forward to being able to roll out the details of that agreement soon, and if Corby doesn't hold up the end of the bargain, we will be held accountable. I also want to address the points that I've heard from many of you. Because while these concerns are legitimate, most of the information that has been flying around simply is not accurate. To neighbors who are wondering about noise pollution, this facility will be quieter than a normal conversation between two people. A regular conversation can run around 60 decibels, according to an independent analysis done by Aztec, a nationally recognized acoustic expert.
Unfortunately, it's as loud as it can go. Mayor,
the point of this bit?
You need to speak a little bit louder. Unfortunately, you're coming in a little faint. Can you just turn that air conditioner on? Fully remote live on the computer.
Okay. To neighbors who are wondering about noise pollution, this is people. A regular conversation can run around 60 decibels. According to an independent analysis done by Actintech, a nationally recognized acoustic expert, this facility will only fall somewhere in the 42 to 49 decibel range, under the noise limit for residential areas under state law. To those who are wondering about our water and our air, there will be no contaminated water, no burn-off, and no airborne transmissions or emissions. This facility is engineered with a closed-loop system using glycol, so that there is no use of our water, nor is there any contact between the data center's cooling fluids and the outside environment. To those who are wondering about our electricity use and the impact on electric bills for our families, independent analysis shows that there will be no impact to our grid or utility costs. There will be no impact to our electricity grid or your utility costs. This property has its own power grid. To those who are wondering about economic impact of this project, let me say that we're getting more out of this deal than we're putting into it. That's the reason why I support it. This is a $1.8 billion investment in our community. It creates 600 good-paying union construction jobs from the development, and then 143 permanent jobs once it is fully up and running, all above the median salary for our county. It provides the workforce development program so that many jobs as possible are going to be qualified people who live in and around Kenilworth. It repurposes an existing vacant facility, not a brand new build-out on unused property. It will produce tax revenues and economic vitality, not just for Kenilworth, but for the entire country, that has been sorely missed out since Merck relocated. All as I just laid out without any significant disruption to our community's environment or quality of life, and with real accountability should the company fail to honor its commitments. Quite simply, this is the kind of opportunity that doesn't come along every day, and I firmly believe that it is in our best interest. With that, I thank you for your time. I look forward to continuing to engage with you throughout the remainder of this process to ensure that our community's voices are heard and recognized. I also want to make everyone here aware that you can go on our website and sign up for alerts. You'll get agendas and you will get minutes right to your cell phone. So you'll be aware of what's going on. Just go right on the home page and you can sign right up for that very easily. And I hope a lot of people do that. This way everyone can be aware and in the loop of everything that's going on in real time. Thank you very much. Finance Committee, Councilman Nora.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Tonight we have the adoption of the 2026 municipal budget under Resolution 26-118. When we first sat down as a Finance Committee, the projected tax increase for the average home was about $215. That number actually climbed to about $267 as we worked through the budget. But after going line by line and tightening things up, we were able to bring down that increase significantly. The budget in front of you tonight, to my fellow governing body members, comes in at $79 as an increase for the average home in Kenilworth. That's a meaningful reduction, and it didn't happen by accident. A few key things are worth bringing up and highlighting. First, our tax base grew last year. We added over $16 million in ratables, which has helped spread the burden of the tax pressures on residents more evenly. Second, we made a major move on our health benefits. Effective June 1st, we're getting out of the state health benefits plan. That decision alone is going to save taxpayers about $300,000. We also made some targeted investments. We doubled the budget for the public events as we prepare to celebrate the country's 250th anniversary. This is something the whole community can enjoy. And we restored the shade tree budget back to $85,000, which brings it back in line where it was a few years ago. And importantly, We made sure every department has what they need to continue delivering services the way our residents expect, efficiently and reliably. State aid this year stayed flat at just over $1 million, so we didn't get any additional help there. But on the positive side, our surplus is very, very strong. We closed out 2025 at $6.7 million, which is up about $2.7 million from the year before. That puts us in a much more stable position moving forward. If you look at the big picture, the trend is clear. Over the last 5 years, tax increases have come down from nearly a $400 at their peak high to just under $80 this year. That shows we're moving in the right direction and taking real steps towards stabilizing municipal taxes here in Kenilworth. Lastly, Ordinance 2026-10 is on for introduction. This allows us to establish cap banking, basically giving us the flexibility to carry forward unused budget capacity into future years if we need it. This ability used to be automatic. Now we have to pass it via ordinance every year. That's all I have for tonight, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Excellent job. Thank you. Department of Public Works, Councilman Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. During April 2026, the department incurred the following time off: 168 short-term disability hours, 136 sick hours, 128 on-the-job injury hours, 32 vacation hours, and 54.5 personal hours. There has been vandalism to the buildings in our parks. Please report any vandalism to the Kenilworth Police Department. And the Kenilworth Street Fair is going to be held on the 17th of May from 10 a.m. till 4. Road closures will be from 7:30 a.m. until 7 p.m. on the Boulevard, Michigan Ave, and 14th Street. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Department of Public Safety, Councilman Ministrello.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. For the month of April, the Kenilworth Police Department responded to 1,454 calls for service, 200 911 calls. There were 152 and a half hours of overtime, and the overtime is as follows: 76 hours of scheduled patrol overtime, 36 hours of dispatch overtime, 1 hour of DB call-in, 5 DB invest, 55 hours SWAT call-out, 12 and a half hours grand jury, 2 municipal court, and 8 hours a ride program. Kenilworth Police Department completed 102 hours of training, issued 170 traffic summonses, and made 6 arrests for the month. There were 8 sick days and 2 sick occurrences. There were 22 on-the-job injuries days, and Kenilworth Police received 60 flock hot list alerts from stationary cameras throughout the borough. Message from the chief: Kenilworth Police Department has started a weekly blotter reported in their social media. It can be found on Kenilworth Police Department's Facebook page. Please follow on Facebook for current arrests, notifications, and etc. Please notify Kenilworth Police Department to report a complaint or nuisance. If you don't tell them, they won't know about it. The only events that I can think of coming up is the 17th is our street fair, Sunday, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Streets will be closed from approximately 23rd Street to 14th Street. And then we'll have our fishing derby on June 6th at 8 a.m. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Planning and zoning, Councilman Scurries.
Thank you, Mayor. Following is the Construction Department monthly report for April 2026. As a reminder, though, that borough offices will be closed on Friday, May 22nd, and Monday, May 25th, in observance of Memorial Day holiday. Total receipts for April 2026, $39,004. Breaking down, $23,216 building fees, $4,948 trust state fees, miscellaneous fees, $3,240, trailer storage fees, $1,200, road opening fees, $6,000. Other reports were not done yet, and I'm sure as everyone knows, planning board approved the subdivision of 4-week property, the former Merck site, and that's all I have to report, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Recreation and Fire, Councilman Piper.
Thank you, Mayor. There's no recreation report tonight. The fire department report for April. During the month of April, the fire department responded to 34 calls. During these incidents, the fire department traveled 105 miles and utilized 94 man-hours. The fire department rescue squad responded to 25 calls, traveling 225 miles and utilized 235 man-hours. So during the month of April, the fire department and rescue squad completed 40 hours of training. The additional man-hours utilized, administrative 263, stipend 1,364, building maintenance 8, vehicle maintenance 10, rescue squad administrative 23, Little League parade 15. So the total calls for the month were 59, total miles traveled were 330, and the total man-hours were 2,012. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Health, Education, and Welfare, Councilwoman Giordano Pisano.
Thank you, Mayor. The library has a tween craft night this Friday for ages 10 to 16 at 3 o'clock. Next Tuesday, May 12th, there's Innovation, Invention, and Industry program for ages 6 and up at 6:30 p.m. And Tuesday, the 19th, is Family Fun Night at 6:30, assorted games and crafts and puzzles. And of course, all the other events that they have every day, from toddlers to seniors, so please go online. A lot of their events need prior registration. The Board of Education passed their school budget during their special meeting on May 29th, and full copies are on the Board of Ed website. They also moved to change their elections to April, so starting next year, April 2027, all school board issues that need to be voted on will not be during the traditional November elections. And the school board business administrator, Mr. Vincent Canella, is retiring, and they are actively interviewing to fill that position. Excuse me. Social concerns, there's arts and crafts tomorrow, May 7th at 1 o'clock. The senior arts and crafts display and show and some hands-on activities will be during the street fair on May 17th. As they did last year, they highlighted a lot of photography. So it's great to be able to go into the senior center and get acclimated with a lot of the different activities they offer and see how beautiful it's been. A lot of updates and things done there. The senior picnic will be at DeMario Park, Thursday, May 28th at 11 o'clock, 11 to 2. And traditional events or classes they have at the senior center, like Zumba, line dance, bowling, chair yoga, and all of that, you could either call or stop in the senior center to enroll in all of that. The health department has their next meeting May 21st, so any events or issues I will report on the next council meeting. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Borough Engineer.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of updates. The road work on Monroe is progressing. They're essentially almost done with the concrete work. They're going to take a pause. Once they're done with the concrete work, they're going to take a pause till school gets out and then do the paving once school's out, just because it'll be too much interference, I think, with school in session. We've made some progress with PSC&G on the boulevard. They have agreed to work with us on laying out the light bases and the electrical conduits. The next challenge is actually getting them to sit down with us and take the time to work with us, but we're trying to set that up for next week. Once we have that designed, then we can go ahead and we can schedule the work to get the sidewalks done. And then lastly, we're looking for some dates next week to do the restriping at the senior parking lot. Once we have the dates, we'll check with the senior center and just make sure we're not interfering with anything they're doing. And that's all I have.
Tony, I just want to ask the restriping of the parking lot. When it was striped and then restriped, you can see the, right, it was done incorrectly. You can still see the old lines coming through back there.
Yeah.
Did it take care of all of that?
Yeah, that has to be redone. We did notice that whatever the blackout paint they used apparently didn't hold up. So they're gonna redo that as well. And we're not restriping the entire parking lot. It's just a small section that was a mix-up when they did it originally. So it's basically affecting maybe like 6 or 7 parking spaces. So.
And any more progress on that walking path between the boulevard and Lincoln Drive?
Well, that's going to be.
Get done?
We're recommending that for this year's budget, as we discussed last time. That money was never allocated, as our CFO confirmed. So we're recommending that that be put into this year's capital budget. If that is approved by the council, then we'll go ahead and put that out to bid. Because of the rule of aggregate, we're going to have to put that out to bid, even though it's a small job. Because of the work we did at the Mario, it's going to be similar work, so it's going to have to be a public bid.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
That's 2 questions, Tony. First question, 5 Epping. and you went-
Yes.
Stay on. That's it. No, it's only when it works. So on 5 Epping, with the water crest, that was filled in, you and code enforcement went out there. Is there any progress or?
Yeah, actually, I did. Anthony Manguso got in touch with me today, and the resident did do the work as per his direction. It was just finished, I believe, as of like yesterday, so I haven't gone out there yet to look at it, so it still has to be, still subject to a final inspection. Anthony sent me a couple of photos. It looks like he did what he was supposed to do. I can't verify till I get out there. We did find a couple of other issues besides that property. There's a couple of other things going on that need to also be corrected that are probably contributing to the problem, or I say definitely contributing to the problem. So now that this is addressed, we're going to have to talk to a couple other residents, and there's going to have to be some other small modifications because there's other things that are contributing to the problem.
Very good. It's finally some progress on that.
Sure.
Also, you went out to the Fatute site, and can you explain to the people what you saw and if there anything's been brought before us, and if there was any development, they would have to come before us?
Yeah, so we weren't aware of anything going on. Once pictures were sent to us, we went out. I got out there this afternoon. By the time I got out there was no work being done. Now, this was being done in the old railroad right-of-way that's owned by the state. So for what I can see, looks like they were doing soil borings, which they're allowed to do. There's no process in our ordinance that would require them to notify the borough or request a permit just to go out and do borings on their own property. So we don't know what they're doing, why they did it. If there's any work to be proposed down the line, they're obviously going to have to come to the borough and request the proper permits. So for what they did, what they were doing, apparently what they were doing wouldn't require any kind of notification or any kind of permit that we would have to issue.
Okay, thank you.
And it looks like they're done. I mean, when I can see it looks like they finished and they're gone. So I'll go out there again tomorrow just to see if they come back. But it looks like whatever they were doing, it looks like they cleared out and they're gone.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Tony, you said that property is owned by the state.
That's correct. DOT
Okay.
owns it, yeah.
Okay.
Sure. That's it. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Borough CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the Finance Committee for making some tough decisions, doing a great job. And as Councilman Finance Chairman Morrow mentioned, we are going in the right direction, trying to stabilize things. So thank you for your support, and all the department heads, I think you will, thank you for your hard work and support. So that's it.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Borough Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I really don't have a report, but you did on your monologue at the beginning, during your comments, had raised a couple of dates that I think may have been muffled, and maybe it's worth me repeating just for clarity.
Sure, I'll do that right now. You're talking about the adoption of the
Yeah, when the redevelopment plan was adopted.
The redevelopment site of this for the whole Onyx property was approved by council in September of 2024. And the data center was approved by the planning board in May of 2025.
Good. And I just want to make, for the public's edification, I just want to bring out a couple of things regarding the processes associated with both of those steps so that they understand that everything was done publicly and transparently. When a redevelopment plan is adopted, it's completely true. Everything was done in accordance with the law, in accordance with the MLUL, which requires notification for the redevelopment plan, which is the zoning ordinance for all intents and purposes. It was introduced before this body. That was one public hearing. It was then heard for consistency before the planning board. That's another public meeting. And then it was adopted here before this body, not only with the public, within the context of a public meeting, but with the ability for the public to comment on it. It adopted at that point in time, and it was not appealed, stayed in full force and effect. It became law over a year and a half ago. Then,
Have your chance to speak. Please respect it.
then
Be respectful of everyone.
Then there was a site plan application before the planning board. That required publication, 200-foot notices. The public was able to come to any of the hearings associated with that. The public was able to cross-examine any witness, and the public was able to comment against it, to bring their own witnesses against it. The planning board ultimately granted that approval in May, and the time period to appeal that is gone. It's passed. Yes, it is.
Let him speak, you'll have an opportunity to speak. Let him speak.
One person
Let him speak.
has the floor. The public should not be speaking at this point, I'm sorry. You're just confusing.
You're not even here.
The law is
Enough.
Excuse me.
some decorum, please. The law is the law. Mayor, if you could please repeat the date that the planning board granted site plan approval.
May 25th, May 15, 2025.
Okay. There's a 45-day period to appeal a decision from the planning board. That time expired in 2025. That time expired in July of 2025. Any law that's changed today does not affect and cannot affect, and the law is abundantly clear on this, an approval that was already granted by the planning board. So that this body cannot take action that would invalidate that approval. Any understanding to the contrary is incorrect. Also, the planning board is an autonomous body, so this governing body here can't do anything to influence the members of a planning board in their decision-making process. I thought, Mayor, that made sense to highlight again. I understand some people may not be happy with those realities, but that's the law. And that's what we're constrained by. And that's what I wanted to cover.
Thank you. Is there a need for executive session?
Yes, there is.
Okay, thank you. Okay, administrative officer.
I don't have a report at this time, Mayor. I do have 3 items for executive session.
Okay. So we'll move on to the ordinances.
Next for council consideration is an ordinance for public hearing and adoption of ordinance 2026-10, calendar year 2026 ordinance to establish a cap bank pursuant to NJSA 48:4-45.14.
I just would like to ask the council if, when they're making a motion or second, if they could just say who they are, because I can't see you when you're speaking. Okay, the purpose of this ordinance is to establish a cap bank in New Jersey establishing a cap bank via ordinance allows municipalities to increase their budget appropriations beyond the 2.5% COLA limit to the statutory permitted to 3.5% and to bag any unused portion for future years. Is there a motion to open the floor for public on this comment on this ordinance only?
Motion.
Second, Piper.
Motion made by Councilman Giordano Pacino, seconded by Councilman Piper. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, does anyone have anything to say or comment on this ordinance only? Please come forward and state your name and address.
Cat back in here.
The purpose of this ordinance is to establish a cap bank in New Jersey. Establishing a cap bank via ordinance allows municipalities to increase their budget appropriations beyond the 2.5 COLA limit to the statutory permitted 3.5 and to bank any unused portion for future years. Currently, the public forum is open right now for this ordinance and this ordinance only. Does anyone have anything they'd like to say on this ordinance only?
Could you explain what is a cat bank?
Cap bank. A cap bank is a cost of living adjustment, and by statute, we're allowed to increase it to 3.5. And any unused portion can be used in future years. Ken, can you maybe describe that a little simpler?
Exactly right.
What does it mean? When do you use it? How do you use it?
Our CFO is going to explain a little more.
It's used for the main operating expenses of the borough, and it allows you to go up to the 3.5%, and this way you can bank it. It used to be automatic. It's no longer automatic, so you have to pass this ordinance. It helps us out in future years if we want to add a police officer or something to that nature where we can fit it into the budget.
Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this ordinance only? Please come forward. State your name and address. Okay, seeing no one, I'd like a motion to close the floor for public comment on this ordinance only.
Motion. Second, Morrow.
Fenchco.
Motion made by Councilman Finishola, seconded by Councilman Morrow. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so a motion to approve ordinance 2025-04 for adoption.
Motion, Screech.
Second, Morrow.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Scurry, seconded by Councilman Morrow. Roll call?
Councilman Boyle?
Yes.
Councilman Finestrella?
Yes.
Councilwoman Giordano Pacino?
Yes.
Councilman Morrow?
Yes.
Councilman Piper?
Yes.
And Councilman Scurry?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, we have public hearing and adoption of municipal budget, resolution 26-117, to read budget by title only for public hearing. Is there a motion to approve resolution 26-117 to read budget by title only for public hearing?
Motion, Morrow.
Second, Fenchco.
Motion made by Councilman Morrow, seconded by Councilman Finestrella. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, is there a motion to open the floor to the public for the 2026 municipal budget hearing only?
Motion, Piper.
Second, Boyle.
Motion made by Councilman Piper, the second was by
Boyle.
Councilman Boyle. Okay, is there a motion, does anyone from the public have a comment on this budget and on this ordinance only? Please come forward and state your name and address. Okay, seeing no one.
I have a budget question. Hi.
Is someone from the public speaking?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, Christine Bennett. Do you need my address?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, 368 Coolidge Drive. I got it. Okay. So specifically about the budget. So in the announcement of the shared services agreement with the Roselle Park DPW, one of the key benefits listed was the establishment of a dedicated parks department with added staffing. Can you expand upon where that's reflected in our budget?
Well, so the table of...
Refer to our CFO. Ken?
It's built into the shared service, and it's just internally done as a department.
Which section of appropriations?
It's on the 1.4 million. It's on page 22. $1,418,464. It's lumped
And
into
what's
that.
the line? What's the line item called?
The line item is the Borough of Roselle Park DPW shared service agreement.
Okay. And so there's no like extension, like plan of what that means? Is
So
there
there's
an
a
amendment?
table of organization for the DPW, and Greg, please step in where I'm going to get this wrong. You have dedicated employees or staff count to the Parks Department, to sanitation, to road work, and you will have a number of people that are dedicated to parks. Is that correct? And when we did the shared service agreement, that allowed our DPW to expand 9 employees in total as we took on Roselle Park. Was it 9?
The 9 included, it was 7 road workers, 1 mechanic, and 1 supervisor.
And having the increased amount of staff allowed our DPW department to almost reorganize, if you will, and have a dedicated parks department.
Okay.
So that would be the explanation of where the money kind of comes in from Roselle Park to the shared service, and then our DPW department gets to allocate that as they need to in the table of organization.
Okay, so it wouldn't fall under our line, Parks Department.
Our line?
Yes, on sheet 15B,
No,
so what's parks in that section?
parks in that section is to help maintain the parks.
Which would
To
not,
buy materials, utilize, hire vendors that you have to do work that we don't have the ability or licensing to do.
okay, so staffing for that,
No.
that's outside vendors.
Outside vendors are buying materials and supplies. That's it.
Okay, so we're not gonna have a Kenilworth specific dedicated parks department.
Well, our DPW has specific staff dedicated to the parks.
For both towns.
So I want to answer your question is yes directly because we have a dedicated department with dedicated staff to the need you have there or inquiry.
Okay, but it's not under the budget line of parks. That was my question.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to comment on the municipal budget?
Yeah, I'm Terry Seuss. I live over in Union. You very detailed, took a time to go through in detail how you passed the approvals for this major development that we have in our backyard. I would like to ask you.
At this point in time,
Yes.
we're only speaking on the public.
Yes, this is the public budget. This is the budget. I would like to know how much in your budget is dedicated to the engineering department and whether they have actually been over there to see what's going on, because work is obviously going on over there, and whether that is being managed within the law. So how big is your engineering department?
I can answer that. Any of our engineering, our professionals, if they're over at the Corby site, they will be, Corby pays for that. That does not come out of the taxpayer money on the people in Kenilworth. There's an escrow account, and that would be Corby's stuff.
Escrow account for what?
So projects that the planning board are going through, all development projects really have escrow accounts for things like permit fees and surveys and all those types of things, and engineering fees and traffic studies and inspections. And that's the escrow account the mayor is referring to.
And does that cover the engineering personnel to actually go over and see what's going on?
It covers what the engineering cost would be, and it is borne by the company that's applying for the permits and all that. And if they need to deposit more money, the building department tells them they need to deposit more money. So that is not paid for by the people of Kenilworth, it's paid for by the developers.
Who oversees it, though? Is it our engineers?
Our planning board, Mark, is that who oversees
I mean,
that
who goes there?
process? Construction department?
It's a combination of the engineer, the borough engineer's office, as well as our building department, depending on what the particular issue is.
So how many people are in those departments? Engineering, building? Just off the top.
I'd say we have,
One borough engineer. And there's 2 people in the building department.
Yeah, well,
And we have also 3 with a zoning officer and a building inspector.
But our borough engineer, Mayor, is Harvard Consultants, and they're a large engineering firm with, Tony, how many engineers do you guys have?
Group staff of 19.
Okay.
We could adequately cover any work being done, to oversight on any work being done on the property.
It'd be interesting to know how that actually works, but anyway, thank you.
Can you please provide your address? I know you said you live in Union, but you did not.
I'm on
say your
Chestnut
address.
Street in Union, 292.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else from the public that would like to comment on the municipal budget only? Okay, seeing no one, I'd like a motion to close the floor for public discussion.
Motion, Finestrella. Second.
Piker, motion.
Motion made by Councilman Finestrella, seconded by Councilman Piper. Is there a motion to approve resolution 26-118, adoption of the 2026 municipal budget?
motion, Morrow?
Second, Scarice.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Morrow, seconded by Councilman Clarice. Roll call?
Councilman Boyle?
Yes.
Councilman Finestrella?
Yes.
Councilwoman Giordano Paserno?
Yes.
Councilman Morrow?
Yes.
Councilman Piper?
Yes.
And Councilman Scurries.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next for council consideration is the consent agenda consisting of resolutions 26-19 through 26-23. There is a slight correction on 26-120. There was a date of 2024 that was amended to 2026.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion.
Second.
Motion made by Councilwoman Giordano Paserno and seconded by
Boyle.
who took that?
Councilman Boyle.
Roll call?
Councilman Boyle? Councilman Finestrella?
Yes.
Councilwoman Giordano Paserno?
Yes.
Councilman Morrow?
Yes.
Councilman Piper?
Yes.
And Councilman Scurries.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next up for public hearing and adoption is ordinance 2026-12, amending chapter 190, vehicles and traffic, article 3, operation of vehicles, and schedule 7 and 8 relating to truck restrictions and municipal vehicle exemptions to the municipal code of the borough of Kenilworth.
Okay, this ordinance updates Kenilworth traffic code to clarify truck restrictions and formally exempt municipal vehicles such as public works and emergency vehicles when performing official duties. It also strengthens rules on truck routes, signage requirements, and enforcement to ensure consistency with state law. Is there a motion to open the floor to the public on this ordinance only?
Motion, Piper.
Second, Scarice.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Piper, seconded by Councilman Scurries. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, does anyone have anything to say on this ordinance and this ordinance only? Please come forward and state your name and address. Okay, seeing no one, is there a motion to close the floor for public comment on this ordinance only?
Motion, Finestrella.
Second, Piper.
The motion made, was that Councilman Scurries?
Finestrella.
Finestrella and Piper.
Oh, sorry, Chuck. Motion made by Councilman Finestrella, seconded by Councilman Morrow. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve this ordinance for adoption?
Motion, Piper.
Second, Finestrella.
Motion made by Councilman Piper, seconded by Councilman Finestrella. Roll call?
Councilman Boyle?
Yes.
Councilman Finestrella?
Yes.
Councilwoman Giordano Paserno?
Yes.
Councilman Morrow?
Yes.
Councilman Piper?
Yes.
And Councilman Scurries.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next for introduction is ordinance 2026-01, ordinance adopting amendments to chapter 120-26.3 parking of motor vehicles, not for personal private use of occupant in residential zones of the municipal code of the borough of Kenilworth.
Mayor, I'd like to motion to table this because you're not here. We were going to workshop this. Councilman Boyle had some opinions. Councilman Piper did as well.
Good idea.
So I think when you're back, sitting here, we can pick this back up.
Okay, can I have a motion to table this ordinance, please?
Motion,
Table,
Piper.
sorry, second. Do we have a second?
Second, Piper.
Okay, Councilman Morrow and then Councilman Piper. Do we
Councilman
need a roll
Boyle?
call for that?
Yes, we do. Councilman
Okay.
Boyle?
Yes.
Councilman Finestrella?
Yes.
Councilman Giordano Paterno?
Yes.
Councilman Morrow?
Yes.
Councilman Piper?
Yes.
Councilman Scurries?
Yes.
Ordinance 2026-01 is tabled for further discussion.
Okay. At this time, the borough has a need to go into executive session. I'd like a motion to enter executive session.
Motion, Finestrella.
Second, Morrow.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Finestrella, seconded by Councilman Morrow. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. We will be back shortly after executive session.
Okay, at this time, the governing body has the right to go into executive session, which means that the public is going to need to adjourn out of the council chambers. And we will let you know when you come back in. Okay, Mayor.
Okay, comments are welcome during this portion of the public meeting. Before making a comment, all speakers must identify themselves with their name and address. By ordinance 2017-01. Okay, is there a motion to open the floor for public comment?
Motion, Finestrella.
Do that again.
Motion, Finestrella.
Second. Piper.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Finestrella, seconded by Councilman Piper. All in favor?
Aye.
Does anyone have anything to say for the good and well-being of Kenilworth? Please come forward and state your name and address.
Hello.
Aye.
My name is Kaylee Henry. I'm from Hamilton, New Jersey, 330 East Central Avenue.
Did we get that address?
We got it.
Okay, okay.
So I am the ecology director for Climate Revolution Action Network. I've killed 4 data centers in the past month and a half. And one specifically was already being ready to be built. And because of public support and because of me showing up to meetings where nobody was at, they were able to reverse it. Because when you have an ordinance and when you have resolutions, you're able to, take words out, you're able to revise them. There's no 45-day period where you can't revise a resolution or ordinance. I do have one question though. Why does a company, a multinational private equity-backed company, deserve $250 million of handouts when the community is going to get zero benefit?
That's a question.
I can't speak for.
So let me say this again. Let me say this again. $250 million of the community's members' tax dollars to a private equity-backed company who is already billionaires.
Your question's for the state. We did not authorize
Yes,
anything like
that's
that.
that's not the borough of Kenilworth. That's the state of New Jersey.
But you allowed it. That's
we
that's
had
the
no
problem.
vote in that.
You allowed this company into your home.
You're misdirecting your question. That should go to the
Okay.
state Senate and Assembly and potentially the
So
governor.
moving on, this data center is draining these people's lives. I'm not from here, yet I'm 100 miles away and it's still affecting me. Why? Because of energy prices. You're rising our utility costs. You can say no, but there is actual proof that you are. So it's 30 to 40% across 6 months because of data centers being built in New Jersey.
All data
That the
centers are not
utility.
created
Can I speak,
equally,
please?
and this
Can I
is
speak?
not
Because
going
you
to.
told me that I couldn't speak when you were speaking. Yet now I
I'm
can't.
sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
thank you. And then I heard you guys were complaining about some like parks being vandalized. Like those are things that are built for the community. So maybe you should put your tax dollars or our tax dollars into helping the parks instead of building a data center. Because what does that do for our residents? Nothing.
We're not building the data center.
You allowed it to be built.
Our
Stop
tax-
trying to retract my words
Kenilworth
and confuse
resident
them with
tax
something
dollars are
else.
not being used to build Kenilworth.
You allowed the project to be built, so that is all I have to say. I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hi.
Hi, good evening. My name is Daniela Palmy. That's P as in Peter, A-L, M as in Mary, E. I live at 25 North 6th Street.
Is that Kenilworth?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
No problem. So I just wanted to address two things because I'm sure there's a long list of people after me that also wish to address. So I just want to start with an acknowledgement. As somebody who grew up here and I live in the community now, I need to be more active and I need to show up to these meetings and I need to be here. So I will take that accountability as somebody who's been here for 30 plus years of my life. But with that being said, whatever laws the New Jersey state laws that we are being upheld to, they're decades old. And the bare minimum of sending a 200-foot notice or putting something on a website or putting something on a bulletin board in a municipal building doesn't apply to this generation. And I think that there needs to be, if as a community we can work together to change that, I would be happy to put an idea out there or work to make it more accessible, because I think we need accessibility and that has to be addressed while we're all together. Because again, as somebody who lives here, I didn't know about this, and that's not, I found out by accident, as many people probably did. And while I acknowledge you guys did put everything in writing, and when I looked at the meeting and I looked at the agendas and I did my homework, I just know that we can do better and we can make this more accessible to the people of this community.
Thank you for your comments, and I want to repeat again that everyone can sign up for Borough Alerts. It'll come right in text message or email to your phone. You'll get agendas, you'll get minutes. You just go on our Borough of Kenilworth website.
And then as far as why a lot of us are here today and the frustration and anger that a lot of people are feeling, there has been a lot of just mixed messages. And as somebody who has access to Facebook, the news, different forms of media, and consume different forms of media daily, we need to know who we can trust and how we can build that trust. Because when our council members are telling us one thing, but then, CoreWeave is on their website talking about the data center coming or whatever, but then we're at a planning board meeting saying there's no application for a data center. That causes a lot of distrust.
I can't speak on behalf of the planning board. I believe that I've put a lot of information out there to the public, and I have been transparent in what's happening. So you do have that information. I'm sure you were there when you heard my report today. I've also made some news statements and also on my official mayor page on Facebook as well.
Yes, and I've definitely kept up and read up. Do you mind if I take one more minute? Is that okay? Okay. And so with that being said, I just want to ask the question, just for clarity, for me and the other people in this community and the people in the community surrounding us, if there is not a data center being planned currently, what type of development or retrofitting or renovation is happening at the 11 Nest campus as it stands today?
There is a data center being built. We explained that it was passed in May of 2025 by the planning board. The application was approved.
So then at last week's meeting, when people were asking the question about the data center, why were we being told no? That there wasn't.
I can't speak for the planning board. That's a question for that governing body.
You were here.
Okay, let's move on.
That is all of my questions.
Thank you for your comments. Is there someone else that would like to come up and speak?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shimana Okoya. I live at 2616 Hawthorne Avenue, Union, New Jersey. May I just address the people in the room very quickly? Is that okay?
No, this is for the council.
Okay. So just talk to them. Alright, super quickly, could you guys just just raise your hands if you think you were properly notified as of May of 2025? If you believe you were properly notified. Okay,
No.
cool. So, I live a little bit far from here, but I do know a number of people in this room who can see the data center being built from just out their windows. It's common for people not to understand the extent to how their actions affect other people, so I came with an example. In Memphis, Tennessee, an AI data center was built, leading it to people in the area reporting it as a death sentence, the air having a rotten smell, and there's the highest rate of childhood asthma to date. The center was built in 122 days with no public notice and numerous unkept promises. Sounds pretty familiar, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I ask, if this is truly progress, how can you justify calling this project beneficial and an opportunity that doesn't come every day when AI data centers are known to consume massive amounts of energy, water, potentially impacting our environment and public health? What assurances can you give that our community won't bear those consequences? What makes this center different? Thank you.
This project is very different than the way data centers were designed before, and there will be no water you could get off. I explained that in my report.
Yes, ma'am.
What report?
There's no water or electric. Anyone else from the public like to speak?
It's just 70% less.
Does anyone else from the public like to comment? We have to have decorum in the courtroom or we're going to stop the meeting. One person needs to speak at a time. Please come forward.
Okay, so perfect. So can you please reiterate, and again for the clarity, because clearly there wasn't much clarification. What makes this AI data center different than ones that are currently harming our entire country? What's the difference?
It's very different. And I'll tell you, they have their own power. Okay. I can answer this question that they have their own power grid. They will not be using water at all. There's no airborne emissions. I'm telling you, you can reach out to CoreWeave as well and ask about the design.
Give your chance to speak. For your own word. I'm trying to tell you, and listen, you can disagree.
Okay.
It's not how meetings conducted.
So the mayor made her statements. Everybody, please calm down so we can actually conduct the meeting here. The mayor had made her statements about the closed loop. She talked about the power usage, so I think she made that pretty clear. One thing that I think when I read all of the comments that have been floating out there, and a lot of the developments that get cited in Georgia, in Texas, in Tennessee, in Indiana, not necessarily the ones in New Jersey, there are a couple. You're not letting me finish my sentence, so you don't know where I'm going with this. The ones that are different here are that the infrastructure that we need is already built. And when you're talking about something in a water scarce area in Indiana, that is not New Jersey. When we're talking about needing power for the plant, this particular piece of property has a power plant on it. There was a data center there before the data center now being built. It was being rehabbed right now into a more modern data center. So you're not looking at an apples to apples comparison. You're taking things where there was no. Excuse me. When you're at the podium, you will have your opportunity to speak. If you're speaking over me, I'll stop talking. If you don't want information, I won't give it. I'm sorry, your colleagues out here want to answer for me, so I guess they rule the day. They can have the mic.
Sir, please finish your comment. I was
curious. The infrastructure needs that go surrounding the data centers. When you look at the bell curve, you got 80% of things in the middle. We're focusing on the stuff at the edge. When there was no data infrastructure built for these data centers, the ones in Texas with the lights that I see, and Georgia with the water scarce issues, and Tennessee, what you're mentioning here.
Yes, sir.
What do you know if there was existing infrastructure that was there before those data centers got there? Because that's what we have here. We have the infrastructure here. So we talk about these projects like they're brand new. There was a pharmaceutical company over there using massive amounts of power and water already. So we have the infrastructure on site to handle these things. So I thank you for your questions. The other people in the crowd, I'm sorry, you don't get a chance to do this. This is not a debate. You can come up to the podium and have your 3 minutes as well. If you've used your 3 minutes and didn't like the way you've used it, I'm sorry. Okay, you cannot just interrupt everybody. Thank you.
Does anyone else from the public like to come up and comment?
Thank you, guys.
You're
I'll
welcome.
reevaluate your decision, but thanks.
Hi, Christine Giordano, 27 North 22nd Street. I realize this is a year-old done deal, but I would like to ask a couple of questions. On your social media, you as the mayor kept advocating that they're gonna pay sales tax. My understanding, sales tax doesn't come to Kenilworth. That's going to the governor, which is gonna be for subsidizing probably urban schools. My question to you is, if they're tax exempt up to 50 million per year, we're not gaining any tax money from that property. Is that correct or not correct?
Ma'am, they are not tax exempt in the borough of Kenilworth.
No.
The arrangement that the state of New Jersey makes with them for their taxes, that doesn't have anything to do with the borough,
So
and they
we're
will
gonna
be paying
get paid
taxes in Kenilworth.
Yes, they are rateable in town, yes.
Second question I have is the woman, I don't know if she's here tonight, gave a good point last week, that they're asking for a subdivision that was approved, but we don't know what's going in each one of those buildings. Has there been any outreach by the planning board, the council, to find out what they are dividing and putting in 4 different buildings?
Ma'am, that is a planning board question, not the governing body.
But as the mayor, you should be
Well,
aware of
I'll tell you the process.
saying,
The process here is that they went for the subdividing, and they're not obligated to tell us what they want to do. If they're going to do something that is non-conforming to the zoning regulations in place, they will have to go to the planning board and then detail all the things that you're mentioning there.
Okay,
If
but
it is a
you're
conforming
building a house,
business,
so
if
you
it's a
come out
conforming
and
business, they
correct,
come to our
right?
construction department and tell us what we're doing, and the permits then get issued. So they've gone through the steps here of applying for that subdividing. They're either gonna apply now for a non-conforming business to go there, or do something with the construction department because it's part of the zoning
So when they do that, then you will let the
regs.
public know, and you will give us the opportunity to see what's being.
The information is always posted on the borough website, and you can also sign up for alerts. And you will know. You have to actually go on the website and sign up, and you will get the alerts. You'll get all the minutes. You'll get the agendas.
Okay.
You have to go on the website though and sign up for it.
Plus, it'll be in the paper, and we'll send out notices as well. The paper has to have published in it a notice to the public, the nature of the land use application, at least 10 days before the hearing.
Okay. The other last question is, this company has had recently 2 legal actions put against them. One, I think, in February and one just in March for fraud class action lawsuits for lack of transparency, misleading information, and other things. Is there any question on your part, questioning and anything in policies being written that you keep saying they're going to be responsible for the additional water should they need it outside of what's already there?
They won't be using any water. I can't say it enough times. There will be no water in this
But it
project.
does come up in the literature, so that's why I'm saying, is there any protection in the guarantee that they would take care of it should they need additional infrastructure to accommodate the cooling of the coils? Especially since they have 2 recent lawsuits against them that are questionable about lack of transparency and stuff.
Mark, I gotta assume there's a procedure for when an applicant doesn't say something forthright to the planning board?
Yes. So, I have not seen the resolution, but the resolution has a series of conditions, like every resolution from either a zoning board of adjustment or a planning board. In this case, it's the planning board. So, the planning board approved a set of plans that I believe, based upon what I'm hearing, that contained the closed loop system. And if something is going to change, I believe that they have to go for an amendment to the site plan. If they're making changes to infrastructure on the site, pipes and whatnot. And at that point in time, the planning board will have to impose whatever conditions would be associated with it.
Are you the borough attorney, correct?
Correct.
So you don't oversee any of those logistics?
No, the planning board and the zoning board are autonomous bodies. They have their own attorney, and they have their own, they receive their applications. That's why there is a separation between us and them.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay. Anyone else from the public like to come up and speak? Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Mrs. Mayor, Carmen Bucco, 338 North 18th Street, Kenilworth, New Jersey. I've been on top of this issue for probably over a month now, and I just kind of wanted to make a statement. By the way, I am running for Congress, just so you know. It doesn't. Now, I'm gonna get crap for what I'm gonna say, but it's reality, right? We do hold our elected officials accountable for most of what is going on in our district. But look, the reality is we have to hold ourselves accountable. And that young lady said it perfectly. We're so consumed with real life that we forget about what's going on right outside our doors. Right, we elect people that we put a fiduciary responsibility on. Here's what kind of upsets me is I love the fact that all these people are here, they're speaking up. That is a beautiful thing. That's what your First Amendment right is for. But when we start to threaten, disrespect, and destroy people's lives for something that is going on, I'm making a statement that I hear on the internet on a constant basis. So what I'm asking is that if look, you may not like what I say, you may not like what I have to say, but it's reality, and we need to face reality, right? These data centers are going up. Here's my question or my comment. The biggest concern that people have out there on the internet and everything that's going on in this town and all over is a lack of transparency. And again, like I said, I hold myself accountable. I think everybody else has to hold themselves accountable for not stepping up and finding out what's going on in their own district. And outside the district, I get, right? I was speaking to a lady from Union, and she was very upset that she doesn't know what's going on. I think, like the lady said, I think we need to be working with other towns when issues like this are coming up. My question is actually a fact is that in 2023, Murphy said we are going to be the largest data center in the world. Don't quote me on that, but it's something around like that. In 2024, you guys approved the sale of CoreWeave. Am I correct? So
we approved the redevelopment agreement with Onyx Equities.
Correct, but we don't play a role in CoreWeave.
I get it.
Acquiring.
It was before CoreWeave was even in the picture. That was to Onyx.
Okay, so
CoreWeave
CoreWeave
bought the property. Onyx sold it to piece of it.
Onyx sold to CoreWeave. So it's been all over the internet that CoreWeave has actually bought this property, right? So why weren't we doing our homework? I'm sorry?
Only a portion.
That's fine, a portion of the property. Whatever it is, right, CoreWeave was all over the fact that they were coming to Kenilworth. Shame on CoreWeave, I'm going to tell you, I tried to call CoreWeave. Can I just have 30 more seconds? I tried getting in touch with CoreWeave to actually just ask them questions to bring more information to the public. Couldn't get a hold of them, so I took a drive to CoreWeave. This is how much people do care about what is going on. Little does anybody know. And I asked them to please contact me before this meeting so I can ask them questions, so I can let people know what's going on. There are people who are doing a lot of research. There is a lot of misinformation that's going on, and it's sad because the general public is very upset about what is going on with these data centers. I needed more time, but listen, two more things. To the Kenilworth Police Department. To the Kenilworth Police Department, thank you for stepping up and protecting our people. That's first and foremost. People could have been shot. I don't know if anybody knows, but they pulled over a car that had a gun. Please respect our police officers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chelsea. I'm from Kenilworth. From Cranford. I live on the border of Kenilworth.
What's your address?
I would rather not
What is
give
your
my
address,
personal address. I don't feel comfortable giving my address.
What's your address?
I believe, am I correct to give her address?
I'm not giving my address.
It's okay, she does not give the address.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I know you're saying they're not going to use any water, but closed loop cooling systems actually use 70% less water. So they're still going to be using water. They use 70% less water. This is a fact. Second.
Okay, can I just tell you that
I don't want to hear your answer because that's a fact.
Central air conditioning in your house, there's no water.
I don't want her
No
answer.
water.
It's my time. I'm reclaiming my time. Thank you. The other thing I wanted to say is a 2025 investigative report just came out from an Amazon data center in Morrow County, Oregon, that the intensifying local groundwater contamination was linked to rare cancers and miscarriages. Are you all okay with your neighbors' babies dying and your neighbors dying of cancer? Because that's a possibility. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with that? That's it. That's all I have to say.
Anyone else from the public like to come up and speak?
I just have a statement. I won't ask a whole bunch of questions. I'm known for that. What I'm trying
Can we
to
have your
say
address,
is
please?
we the people are here.
Can we get your address, please?
Oh, I'm Patty. 21 North 6th Street in this lovely town for 54 years. Okay, now, you are bringing us to these meetings and you're presenting us with something making it all warm and fuzzy. This is good for the people of Kenilworth. Well, have any of you thought about the future? The future of our children who can be affected by whatever damage and disease can be brought on. Have you analyzed that? You need to think of both sides, and please think about the children, especially my 3-year-old grandson.
Am I me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
Go ahead, Bob.
Can I start?
Yes.
Yep, you're on the clock. Bob Herbert, 14 North 12th Street, Kenilworth, New Jersey. A resident since 1988. And I just have a few questions. But before I do, I want to thank the township attorney for taking the time to explain the land use law that a lot of people are not aware of. I wanted to personally thank them. I appreciate that. Okay, so my first question is, do we know if this application had to go to the county planning board and was it approved, or it didn't need it? Do we know?
I'm not aware. I can tell you, Bob, that subdivisions.
I mean the
the
data
site
center
plan
that was
for
already
CoreWeave.
Right, the data center. Do we know if it went to the county? Did anybody
I don't know.
from the town look into that? If maybe next meeting you can let me know, or somebody reach out and tell me once you get an answer, elected officials. I would appreciate that, you know? All right. The other question that I have is two more questions. One is last week's meeting at the planning board, several times the planning board told the public that there has been no plan submitted for any development there. Okay, we clarified that that's not true. So I want to ask the mayor and council here that appointed these people, what action is going to be for misleading the public? That's my second question. And my third question, if anybody would like to answer it up there, is if anybody saw NJ12 today, our governor, our new elected governor that's supposed to represent the people, is putting a task force together to study where they can put new nuclear plants in New Jersey, not other states, in New Jersey, to offset the impact of our electrical infrastructure. So as our elected officials, I'm asking, what are you guys going to do about this? Because at the end of the day, this business is coming, has its pluses, has its minuses. You know, I don't know enough about, you know, the data center, but I know one thing. When we hire people for a task force, when we start developing nuclear plants, yes, does it create jobs? But who pays for all this? We, the people. Our taxes are going to go up again and again and again. When is that going to stop? We're the highest in the nation paying taxes. So my thing is, when companies like this come in, they should incur these expenses that the government has to address, not we, the people, the taxpayer. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Renee. I prefer not to say my address. Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to William Morrow, because last week when we were here, we really got no answers at all. So I just want to shout you out for giving us some answers. Attorney as well, thank you so much. It was very different compared to last week. I just have a request, if possible, officer. Can you turn that AC off just for a second? I have a point to make, I promise. And everybody just be quiet. No texting for 10 seconds, okay? Thank you. Everybody be quiet. I want you to listen to this sound. Raise your hand if you could hear like a humming in the background. All right? So I just want to identify. A lot of us saw, if you didn't hear it, maybe get your ears checked respectfully.
I hear that.
Anyway, well, I mean, she has somebody there with her. I don't know. Maybe that's the sound of the person whispering to her. So I just want to say, there's a video going around on Instagram about Vineland. A resident went outside and they recorded the humming sound in Vineland. We've all seen it. Okay, I've met some amazing people here last week that we were walking around towns, Kenilworth, Union, Cranford, spreading awareness. Most people didn't know this was going on. And it's amazing to see some of these people here. Hey, I just want to shout out Carol and Bill, because they actually came here and they brought neighbors. It's amazing. It's amazing to come together. My point is, I stood at a neighbor's backyard. It was public property on Walton Ave, and I took a video. You can hear that same humming out of Merck property. I just want to identify that. Feel free, guys, to go down Walton Ave and hear that same humming. So thank you. You can turn the AC back on. I just think it's a little funny because we stand up to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. However, one nation under God, yet there's no transparency. I hear you sign up for alerts, but that was only legislation signed that for March of 2026 of this year. That public notices have to be on uni websites. What about in September of 2024 and May of last year? You can't hide behind that. You can't use that as an excuse. The other thing I want to identify, I actually live in Belleville. That fire, we all know about that fire. Before that fire happened, we were in a drought. So now you have a drought. You have a fire going on in Belleville. It's still going on. It is still going on. You can still see smoke going on from that fire. It is insane. So what I want to say is we have these data centers, rapid AI data centers coming in, Vineland and Kenilworth. We have a concern for water right now. Lynn, we hear you saying the glycol, there's still a water component. And the other thing that's concerning to all of us in this room, water was just listed on the stock exchange. You can buy water. Is that not concerning for every human being, for our pets, everything? So I just want to say really quick what I said last week. I grew up in the 80s and 90s where there were infomercials that were saying like, hey, you don't live near power lines. Now we have apartment buildings underneath power lines, and we have apartment buildings on contaminated lands. It's all about the money. I want to say just real quick, 30 seconds. Thank you so much again. There has been so much advancement in technology throughout my lifetime, and I never got a chance to be like, oh my God, no, stop. This is my moment. We've had enough. My phone updating and automatically using AI to, when I Google things, I didn't consent to this. It's ridiculous. I think all of us should be concerned. I understand it was approved and whatever. I think there should be some concerns here by you of the council, by you of the planning board, from those on the fire department. How are you going to fight fires in database centers? That's a completely brand new thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I would like to address one of the things. Yeah, please, Quinn. Thank you.
Can we put both back on?
One of the things that you had mentioned, asking us to listen to the hum. I hear some of the computer fans and stuff. You're not hearing a data center because the data center is not built yet. So there's a power plant that has been on that site. It has not shut the power down since Shearing Plow's been there. You can't shut it down because then it can't be turned back on. That's the power plant that we're expecting to have there, so it's already there.
Yes.
So when we talk about in the Vineland, I'm not sure if Vineland had a power plant there before the data center went up. So when I talk about the infrastructure not being apples to apples from all the projects that people are comparing to Kenilworth, that is actually one of the points I'm trying to make. So thank you.
Yes, and just to clarify, I'm not saying we can hear the data center right here, because as blocks go on, you can't, because, I mean, when they put more fans
There's
and
a
things in.
parkway in between, you're hearing cars before you're hearing that.
Not so much, because when we were walking, there wasn't a lot of cars, but I just want to clarify, for that fan, for what we were hearing, the example of what I was saying, what the humming we hear in here, it's, I don't know, maybe something else, the heat or something, it's an old building, but could you imagine hearing that humming 24/7, living within 200 feet of that facility?
I'm not too far from the parkway. I hear that humming all the time. It's the cars traveling on the roadway.
If you think so, that's your opinion. Thank you.
But okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Good evening. You can see the gentleman off to her right. So with all respect, you can hear him whispering to her. Anybody here? Is that okay? Can you restart her time, please? Yeah, please.
You can begin.
My name is Riley Kuklo, R-Y-L-E-G. Oh my gosh, I spelled my name wrong. R-Y-L-E-I-G-H-C-U-C-C-O-L-O, 86 James Avenue, Cranford, New Jersey. I should not be here right now. I have an AP test to study for, an 18th birthday party to plan, and a job I could be working at right now. Instead, I took off from work and I dragged my best friend here with me to tell you, and we're here. You should not need seniors in high school to tell you that this data center is a bad idea. I should not be here doing your job for you. $250 million. Let me repeat that. $250 million. $250 million of New Jersey residents' tax dollars as subsidies that have been given to $1 billion private tech company. I cannot even visualize that much money. So tell me, why do I and other people have to pay more taxes to pave the way? Excuse me. Very disrespectful. To pave the way for companies like CoreWeave to come into our communities and establish themselves.
See it there.
Moving on to fresh water. Data centers typically consume fresh water to cool their servers. Most open-loop systems can consume hundreds of thousands of gallons a day depending on their size. While this specific data center is using a closed-loop system with propylene glycol, which you, Mayor, pointed out in your lovely Facebook post that I read myself, water still needs to be initially withdrawn and transported to the data centers because it is commonly mixed with propylene glycol. And it is also used to manage the servers, to flush out any imperfections. You stated, and I quote, "There will be no water usage or evaporation." You are incorrect. You are loud and wrong. Furthermore, New Jersey is in a drought warning. We are in a drought warning. You heard this lovely woman speaking about the fire in Belleville, which I've heard about myself. It's terrible. And this is also according to both the NJDEP and drought.gov. In light of this drought, we, the public, have been told to conserve water, to postpone spring planting, install water-efficient fixtures in our homes, and stop watering our lawns. Yet you would allow a private tech company to come and withdraw upwards of thousands of gallons of water. Oh my goodness, sorry.
You need water.
Yes, for a sprawling data center that was paid for by our tax dollars. You also pointed out in your statement on Facebook that there is no concern over the strain this will have on the power grid, as the previous facility operated under its own substation. I fail to see, personally, how a substation for a previous pharmaceutical headquarters completely covers the power needs for a 250 megawatt data center.
Thank you.
It is not comforting that in many places around the U.S.
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear anything.
The presence of, and it is not comforting. And it is not comforting that the presence of many data. I'm gonna keep talking, respectfully. That the presence of many data centers around the U.S. has been linked to higher electricity costs. I am going to college this fall for environmental science. If this is the trend we are seeing now, what prices will greet me when I return home with my bachelor's? What about when I get my master's in the future? The cost of living in New Jersey is getting so astronomically high. To say I'm concerned about my life after college is an understatement. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Well, young people in this room who don't know how they're going to pay for their life when they exit college. If you, Mayor Karlovich, want to believe these lies that tech companies giants feed you, be my guest. But being in a position of power and subjecting your residents to the faults of your naive and idealistic hopes is irresponsible. You are looking at the faces of hundreds of people who have taken time out of their week to do research and come here and beg you not to do this. You have constantly swept concerns under the rug, instead citing this data center as a substantial financial opportunity while ignoring concerns. They are the ones who are going to experience the future problems this will cause. I could talk
I would like to address something with you quickly.
I am not finished.
Yes, I am the mayor.
I'm not done.
However, I did not vote for this data
I could
center.
talk
I
about
do
the
not vote.
ecological impact of this data center all night long. The pollution from construction, water usage, because that is what I originally came here to talk about. I love science. I love the planet. I'm an environmentalist. But you don't listen to science. You don't listen to statistics. You've never cited any sources in your Facebook post with the magical private sound study that was conducted. Which you did just give a source. Thank you.
My sources came from Corey.
They always say better late than never.
And you said you were I did not vote. I don't vote.
I thought maybe if I come in here and yell at you like a child, you would begin to understand the impact that this data center would have on the environment and the residents of Kenilworth. What it comes down to is that we don't want it. The residents don't want it in their backyards. They don't want their tax dollars going to private tech companies. That is the end of the discussion, and it's all I have to say to you.
To the last speaker, I hope that you show up to Trenton because you've noted a lot of things that are well beyond Kenilworth. Everybody keeps mentioning tax abatements or rebates. That didn't come from us, that came from the state. So there are state representatives and lobbyists that you could talk to there. We have zero control over many of the things that people are noting here today. So we could keep hearing them. I won't mention that again. The tax rebate did not come from Kenilworth taxpayers. Kenilworth taxpayers are not paying for a tech company to be in town. So I'll leave my comment at that. Gentlemen, please, I'm sorry, your turn.
Sorry. Good evening. My name is Dr. Randolph Sanchez, board-certified physician and the director of rheumatology at a local community hospital here in Glen Ridge, New Jersey. The first question I have to ask to everyone on this body is one, did you consult with an expert in immunology, allergy immunology, hematology oncology, or rheumatology before making any of these decisions?
I think your question's for the planning board. I know you're not going to like hearing that, but I am not on the planning board. I am not. And this is not the planning board, this is the governing body. And
Is the answer yes or no?
You're asking the wrong body the question.
Okay, has anyone
on
on this body consulted or spoken with a medical professional in any of this capacity, yes or no?
No.
All right, so I will tell you, my clinic treats patients who have lupus, Sjogren's, scleroderma, rheumatoid arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, and various other autoimmune diseases. And one of the things that we know is that environmental factors and exposures could potentially increase risk for developing these kinds of diseases. So what I'm going to tell you is this. There's only 7,000 rheumatologists in the entire country. We're a very small specialty, but we're hyper-specialized when it comes to immunology and autoimmune disorders. And what we are actively going to be doing is surveilling in this particular area for clusters, for any new breakouts in autoimmune disorders. What we will be then doing is then getting a database for future potentially necessary means. That is the biggest problem and concern that I have with this database being built here. I'm a resident of Union, New Jersey, so I'm going to be around this area for quite a bit of time studying these particular anomalies, and I'm hoping that they are very minimal. But what I can tell you is that we're seeing a rise in autoimmune disorders in general, and data centers are no different at emitting certain kinds of environmental pollutants, specifically particles that are below 25 microns. Nitric oxide is usually released in very large quantities at data centers, so we will be watching.
Are you aware of any such studies that Governor Murphy did when he...
Governor Murphy is not a physician. He's not a scientist.
Okay,
He's not the one who's going to be doing any of these.
The reason why these companies are getting their tax abatement...
Plus, those data centers were not already being built during that time frame in order for us to be able to study that.
The reality is that we're not the ones that make those rules.
You will still be the ones who are going to be approving this decision for this to be built, to be exposing the people of this community to any potential pollutants. All right?
And if it went to union, what's to say the union people wouldn't let it in? The incentive is coming
They
from the
haven't
state.
yet. Right now, you're talking about something that's completely out of that.
Okay, and
We're
so
only talking about your
sir.
decision and what's happening here. That's
I
it.
respect your profession. You are a scientist, so you must know that correlation and causation are not the same thing. And I applaud
There's
you.
increased surmounting evidence to show correlation, and that's exactly what we are going to be observing.
The causation, we'll get there too. I applaud you for the work that you're going to be doing. I will be following your studies.
Thank you for your
These are
time.
great things.
I can't hear.
Hi, my name is Amanda. My address is 1385 Galloping Hill Road in Union. My grandma has been living here for almost over 30 years. I just have a really simple question. My question is, how is the AI data center, which is going to be built directly across the street from my grandmother's home, which she has been inhabiting for the past over 30 years, how is this going to benefit her in any way? What are the positives to my elderly grandmother having to live directly next to a construction site that is going to keep her up, give her unnecessary pollution that she will be breathing in? I'm just genuinely confused. I don't understand how you guys, and you were just talking about, oh, correlation does not equal causation. So are you waiting for my grandmother and these people who are going to be directly next to the data center to be the causation? I'm just genuinely confused because you have the power to prevent things now, but it just goes to show that you don't care. You don't care about humans. You don't care about us. You don't. You don't care about the health. You don't care about the health of these people.
Okay, I'm going to say it again. I am the mayor. I do not vote. I didn't vote on the redevelopment, and I didn't vote on the data center. You don't understand our form of government. You're throwing pits.
Actually, my question didn't have anything to do with that. My question was very simple. My question was, how is the AI data center being built directly across the street from my grandmother's home going to positively impact her 80-year-old life? That is my question. That is my question to you. Since you said that it's going to help our community so much, this data center that is going to be built right next to my grandmother's home that will keep her up every single night, there's already construction going on there. How is this going to positively affect my grandmother, who has been living here for over 30 years, was not informed in any sort of way? And don't you dare say social media or the internet. My grandmother doesn't even know how to use text, so please, I need you to have some sense here.
Well, I don't know if your question is rhetorical or not, but the site that it was a pharmaceutical lab, I'm not sure if you had the same concerns about health and all that.
I was actually literally 7 years old while that was happening, so I couldn't really do much about that. But you seem very of age, so it seemed like you had a lot of time to think about that and work on that, especially because of the position that you are currently in. Especially because of the position that you are currently in.
And I'll accept that. Thank you.
Answer my question. Answer my simple question. How is a data center being built directly across the street from my grandmother's house going to positively impact her? And you can sit there and you can smile all you want because you think this is
I'm
funny.
smiling because you told me I'm old in front of everybody here.
Yeah,
so
and
that's
you were
fine.
commenting on my age as well.
I would
You
say
commented
that.
on my age as first,
Are
that's
you
why I am
do you
bringing up
want
your
an
age,
answer
sir.
to the question, or you just want to talk over me? Because
Answer my question right now.
I think economic vibrancy of a community is a positive thing for everybody in a community, and I don't think there's any positive thing from having a vacant plot of land across the street from your grandmother either. I made my point. All right, I'm done.
Literally, the money could go to anything else. Like they said, parks that you supposedly want to end the vandalization here.
Have a nice night.
Have a nice night. These are the people that you are supposed to be working for. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I answered your question.
You are greedy. All you care about is money. You don't care about an old woman living directly across the street from a data center. You don't care. You don't care.
Don't let him distract. Wait for her to answer. Let her answer.
We're not having a discussion. I think you've made your point.
Stop distracting.
It's Is there something you wanted to add, Mayor Karlovic?
My one question was, how is the data center being built across the street from my grandmother's home going to positively impact her life? When all she wants to do is garden. How is that going to positively impact her life?
How could you answer a question like that?
Well, I kind of did with economic vibrancy. She didn't like the answer.
Oh, thank you, exactly. So there are no benefits. No benefits.
Zero benefits.
My name is Clara Holt. I live at 362 Franklin Avenue here in Kenilworth.
We can't hear you.
My name is Clara Holt. I live at 362 Franklin Avenue here in Kenilworth. I've only recently moved to the area. I bought my house in October 2025. I would not have bought this property had I known that a data center was being built locally. Well, you could say I did not do my due diligence, that the information was available on the borough website, but this in-progress data center was not on any of the aggregated lists of in-progress data centers that I searched before putting my life savings into this home. So, no, it was not readily apparent that this was being built until it caught the news like wildfire last month. Plenty of people have already spoken here about the environmental and health impact, but what about the employment impact of data centers? You say that this will bring in just under 150 new jobs. But what about the jobs that these data centers remove? Artists, graphic designers, authors, copy editors, clerks, receptionists, office workers, and many, many, many others. The plagiarism machine of generative AI does little but ruin the livelihoods of the taxpayers in your community. I have no faith in and cannot in good conscience ever vote for anyone who ever approved of this development, and I will make it my personal business to make sure that no one involved is reelected. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amelia Markey. I live at 547 Hunter Ave, Scotch Plains. This is one of the few issues where it kind of makes sense for people from outside of your borough to come and comment, because this project could have a potentially larger radius impact than just Kenilworth. So I had first I would like to just use my time to ask you guys a question. Just a procedural question, receive an answer, and then if possible use the rest of my time for comment. And if the council would like to respond after the comment has ended. So the question that I have is kind of procedural, which is I think we're all wondering. So you clarified that the council does not have the power to halt this, it's the planning board's power. So I'm curious what avenues are left for the planning board if they were to decide there's a lot of pushback, we would like to terminate this project. Like, if Kenilworth decides we don't actually want this here, what avenues are left open for terminating the project? I don't know if you could speak to that.
I didn't, and I don't, maybe I said something close to that. I don't recall saying anything about the planning board being able to halt it either. The approval was granted. There are rights that are vested. The zoning was in place at the time that the approval was granted. I don't think the planning board or the governing body have available to them anything that could undo that. Even if they changed the zoning, it would have been, the right still would have been vested, and it would stay with the property. It's under construction. As long as the use continues, even if the law is changed, even if the redevelopment plan is changed, and it no longer permits a data center, as long as it's operational and continues to operate, it will have the right to continue.
Okay, so just to clarify that I understood, it sounds like unless the law changes in some form, there would be no possibility for the project to change or be ended unless the law changed. Is that right?
They own the property. They have a vested right to develop it. They're the ones that could change their mind.
Okay.
But other than that, there's nothing this governing body could do to prevent them. And if they tried to do something, I would imagine we'd be in litigation.
Okay, so I guess it sounds like there's no option for Kenilworth at this point to say we don't want the project or to change it. Is that correct? I just wanted to know, like, is there any option that it would be halted? There's none legally.
I can't comment. I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Well, I guess I would just like to clarify a point about water usage. So Bluefield Research, an organization that supplies companies internationally with water market intelligence, whose clients include Amazon and Oracle, notes that many data centers display only their direct water usage and obscure their indirect water usage, which is typically much higher. From their November 2025 article, Data Center Water Secrecy Hurts Communities and the Industry Itself, quote, in 2025, U.S. data centers will directly withdraw 107 million gallons of water per day and consume approximately 60% of that water, primarily due to cooling needs. Considering that accounts for a mere 0.5% of total direct industrial water consumption in the U.S., the direct water usage for data centers appears quite insignificant. However, when accounting for indirect usage, water attributed to data center electricity demand at thermoelectric power plants, the number balloons. According to Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, in 2023, data centers accounted for 211 billion gallons of indirect water consumption at power plants, nearly 10 times that of on-site data center water consumption for the same year. Heightening this challenge is the rapid growth of electricity demand by data centers, which has been forecasted to grow from 4% of total U.S. electricity demand in 2023 to as high as 12% in 2028. Again, quoting from the same article, for example, a leaked Amazon internal memo showed the company strategized to downplay its indirect water use and avert scrutiny prior to its 2022 water positive campaign launch. So I would encourage the council, if you care about where you live, maybe there's no option to halt this project at the moment, but to continue to research it and find out what you might be living next door to. Thank you.
Hi, I'm back. Christine Bennett, 368 Coolidge Drive. I have in front of me a copy of the redevelopment plan. So my very first question is there a redevelopment agreement? So I'm going to be very specific. An agreement with CoreWeave currently being negotiated or finalized? And I can reference where in the plan you need a separate agreement from the plan.
Did we actually get to the point where we did a redevelopment agreement?
Yeah.
Not with CoreWeave.
Yeah.
I don't think with CoreWeave.
I don't.
Oh, yeah.
Did we do it?
Right now, the mayor's having issues with their audio.
Laura, do you recall this? Doing a redevelopment agreement?
There is no current agreement.
Okay.
There is no current agreement with CoreWeave. Okay, so in that case, we do have an avenue to repeal this. Inside the redevelopment plan, it says the redevelopment entity and the borough reserve the right to terminate any redevelopment agreement with a redeveloper subject to the terms and conditions of such redevelopment agreement, but one doesn't exist yet. So there is actually an avenue to stop this. You hear all of us saying that we want this stopped. Okay, and then one last question, and it could be a show of hands. Who is not in an NDA with CoreWeave?
I'm sorry.
You know, beholden
I'm sorry.
to an NDA with
I don't have
CoreWeave.
an NDA, and I'm not raising my hand because we're not obligated to do what you want us to do from the questions.
Yeah, yes you are.
We're here, excuse me, we are here to listen.
Is
We are
anyone
here
willing
to listen.
raise their hand?
And I'm here to listen to you.
Can I ask that?
Yes, please.
Why would you ask that?
Because without a redevelopment agreement already, but then council saying it's too late and not actual data backed up proof of sources of what they're promising us, I am wondering if they are lying to you and then keeping you like hung up by an NDA that you can't change your minds, you can't speak about it because you're beholden
Can I
to
just
that.
say,
I
that
could-
would be an unethical thing.
Just
I
like
take issue with that. That is an unethical thing to do.
Right.
And none of us up here would do anything unethical.
It is legal to do currently. So but I do agree it's unethical. There is a bill that is being passed in the state, or hopefully will be passed in the state, banning local officials from going into NDAs with developers, data center developers. It hasn't passed, which means that is happening. That is happening in other places. So I want to know, because it also limits what you're able to tell us. If you did or didn't, that's okay.
No one on the governing body signed any kind of agreement, no NDA. That
no
did not
NDA.
happen. That did not happen, no.
Great.
No,
And
absolutely
do we
not.
agree that there is still a legal avenue based on your redevelopment plan that this can be stopped?
I can't speak to that. I'm not an attorney. So that would either be
And the borough attorney that has to
would
speak with
be
that.
the borough and planning board attorney.
I'm communicating right now with our redevelopment attorney.
Great.
I'm just looking at
All right, I'm glad that we have to.
I'm not going to have an answer for you instantaneously, so.
I would like to meet with you to exchange information after the meeting, I suppose. Okay.
I'll give you my card. It depends what time we get out here tonight, but I'll give you my card. We'll talk certainly offline if not here tonight.
Sounds good. But everybody got that, right? Like there's
I see that the mayor is no longer with us.
That's okay. As council president, I'm presiding over the meeting.
My name is Samantha Lineberger. I live on East Grant Avenue in Roselle Park, New Jersey. As many others here have said, this project will not just impact Kenilworth, it will impact the surrounding areas. And I just wanted to point out a couple things about decibel levels and noises from the data center. My father works in IT, and I asked him regarding the sounds that come from data centers. And it is not just the power plant that is fueling the data center that is causing noise. It will come from cooling fans, HVAC, and other technology-related things within the data center. I also found a study that says that the noise impact can reach between 2.5 and 5 miles. So I did a radar. And from the data center, that would include Clark, Westfield, Mountainside, Cranford, Roselle Park, Roselle, Garwood, Elizabeth, Union, Hillside, Linden, and Milburn. I might have missed a couple. On top of all of that, I calculated the amount of people that it would impact. At minimum, with the noise, it would impact 246,745 people, and approximately, at most, around 360,000 people. It has been documented that decibel levels above 85 decibels are damaging to ears, and it has been recorded in other data center sites that decibel levels reach between 75 and 85 decibels. So I'm just wondering, I understand that CoreWeave was the one who gave the study regarding the decibel level, but is there any outside group that is also making sure that that is the case? That has not been hired by CoreWeave.
Again, this is a question for the planning board process where they have to have the escrow payment question came up before. That's what the money is used for the independent review of what the statements are.
But they refuse to answer questions about data center. So when are they going to answer questions about data center? When they refuse to tell us there was a data center.
I cannot comment for the planning board. We're not at the planning board. This is the council meeting. I'm not on the planning board to even give insight to that.
It's a mess.
Is there a planning board meeting coming up?
There's one every month. I believe it's the last Tuesday, Councilman Scarice, is that correct? Last Tuesday of every month?
The last Tuesday of every month is the next planning board meeting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello. My name is Sophia Nazaro of 137 St. Paul Street, Westfield. So I would like to, I feel like you are, with this data center, we, like nobody wants, like this entire room is filled up with people who do not want it. When we were outside before with our no AI signs, there were tons of cars and trucks honking their agreement at us. Some of them were trucks with Kenilworth businesses. I think if we have this thing, what businesses are going to move out of Kenilworth? And what people are going to move out of Kenilworth? And you're going to lose the town money. You're like, oh, it's going to bring in tax money. There's not going to be as many people to pay taxes. Like, so, I just feel like, and also if you don't, like, if you pass this that nobody agrees with, they're less likely to vote for you too. And like we don't know if this is going to cause like AI data centers are so new. We don't know, is it gonna cause what diseases? We've already addressed that, but we don't know if it's gonna cause some kind of not natural disaster, but the equivalent of like a nuclear thing, or like, what's the AI version of that? And will everybody have to evacuate the area because of that? Like, we don't know which one. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know which data center is going to fail first, right? So that is all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Debbie G., Vernon Ave., Kenilworth, New Jersey. I will not be moving out of Kenilworth because it's 6 generations here, but I do have a couple questions. Does CoreWeave own the entire site?
No.
So they only own the subdivision, those 4 pieces that the planning board was doing last week?
I believe it's the 4 they were talking about and the one that they're actively working on.
And when they bought that, were you guys aware that they were going to put the data center in, or you had no idea?
Yes.
There was rumbling of it, yes.
I have to say, there was a lot of news publications about CoreWeave moving to New Jersey, like it was, if you were watching NJ12.
Well, I did see that CoreWeave
Yeah.
had moved in there,
Right.
but every time I asked somebody what's going in there, I really didn't get an answer. They were saying maybe housing, maybe this, and I found out because actually Linda did post that post, which I was happy she posted it because I knew nothing about it, and I can see Merck from my house. So my last question is, I'm not here to attack anybody, I just want to know if somebody with knowledge can tell me the pros and the cons. You guys live in Kenilworth, so I want to know if you know any cons that you would say it's not good, or what are the pros? What is it going to do for Kenilworth? What are the pros about it, and what are the cons? That's what I'd like to know.
Okay, well, thank you. Fair question, especially coming from a resident worried about the things that are really going on in town. And when I was talking about it inside of my finance report about what the last 5 years of taxes had looked like. And we're at a point now where we can have tax stability in this town. The increased ratables from having 1 plot of land divided into 5, these are economically beneficial for the townfolk of Kenilworth. If you've lived here, you know that we've had a little bit of a runaway with the taxes lately.
Yeah.
So I think from where I sit as the chairman of the finance committee, I'm most positive, or that's my biggest pro, if you will. I think we're literally looking at another industrial revolution. You could debate it all you want. This is like the internet coming again, but in 2026. AI is everywhere. The woman said here that she can't even Google anything now without having it. It's ironic to me that we'll post on Facebook and be against the data center while that is operated by only data centers. So the irony is pretty high. But that's the thing. Kenilworth is going to be in the center of what is going to be the future of our country and the world because of this. You could say that all you want. I'm not sure anybody would deny it. I'm addressing the pros from my opinion. That's what I was asked, so thank you, everybody. Now, from more of the pro signs, okay? And this is where I want everybody to think about what if CoreWeave wasn't there? What would we have done with the massive, it's 1/3 of our town, that we have a plot of land, 1/3 of Kenilworth, and we want it to remain vacant? We don't want economic activity going there? That is not beneficial for the people of Kenilworth. Now, if we want to talk about the cons, I'm hearing a lot of hyperbole, bombasticism.
I can't hear him, and I'm up here, so I'd appreciate it if it could be quiet so I can hear what he's saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The cons, if we want to talk about them, I think that I would have loved to have seen a business come in there where it's going to be 1,000 employees, not 140 some odd. But that's the way the future is working with data centers. So you can't stand up and put your hand up to stop a wave. That doesn't work. So we have economic activity that it was incentivized by the state, going to move to New Jersey. So when we think about the energy rates, I hear that as a con. Kenilworth doesn't set energy rates. It's not a 07033. And for those of you who don't live here, that's our zip code. It's not an energy rate for Kenilworth. My understanding is PSE&G charges a rate for their service in New Jersey. So anything that's happening in the state of New Jersey, be it here, be it in Vineland, be it somewhere else in the state, it's going to be shared impact. So you have the state letting these companies in with tax incentives. That's a draw. They're going to go somewhere. So if we want to itemize the cons and we want to pick apart the energy usage of it, I'm not sure that anything can be done if you protest here. You'd have to protest every single place, and they're going to come somewhere. You're not going to keep them out of New Jersey with the protesting. I'm sorry. The reality is they're here because the economic incentive, the state wants them here. So the misguided or misdirected, I should say, aggravation towards this council, it is a little bit misdirected because you should be talking to your representatives at the state level. They're the ones incentivizing them to come in. So then we talk about that con. I've done my own little research. I use ChatGPT and Google as well. It's AI, how ironic. And the things that I notice is that there are data centers built in water scarce areas. This is not one of those areas. While we talk about drought conditions that come seasonally, they're actually putting them in places that have no water ever. So when you start looking at the stories, the sensationalism of those stories, they're actually pulling out what's being done in the worst possible places. I saw the whole thing about there was a data center in Texas where you could see the lights for miles. These are places where you can actually see the stars. You can't do that in my backyard in Kenilworth. There's light pollution in all of the Northeast. It's not something that we have to worry about. So when I was talking about all the infrastructure issues before, all the cons that we keep hearing about, it's suspecting that things are going to happen. We're not actually comparing the apples to apples.
We don't know.
It is insinuating.
And I want to ask this. So what you're telling me is, as a resident of Kenilworth, nothing is going to change. My electric bill is not going to go sky high. Water's not going to get dumped into the Roarway River, and we're going to get,
dumping is illegal. Your electric rates, if you stay in New Jersey, will likely be the same as they were in Kenilworth versus some other zip code.
So they have their own electrical bill, that they're paying their own electric.
They are going to be using some electric from the grid. They're going to be, just like the other site owners of the property were, there's a power plant on the grid, on that site. It will supply some of the power. Yes, some. And
then we're supplying the rest of the power?
We as the people of Kenilworth know. PSE&G has done work. I mean, if you know, Market Street got paved over because they had to rip up the ground and put more lines in, larger lines that can handle the capacity. We benefited from that, from having our roads paved over after they had to do that. So there are these incidental
they're going to
things.
pave them again because they ripped it up again.
And we're going to have fresh pavement again. And if you remember Market Street 2 years ago, it's like driving on the moon. So when you're not from Kenilworth and you don't know the things that we've been dealing with here in our tax situation, our roadway situation, having 1/3 of our property vacant where we used to have vibrant businesses, this is a positive in so many different ways. So I'm sitting here, I was elected by the people of Kenilworth, and I'm proud to be up here to do good for the people of Kenilworth. I made a report about getting our taxes down to the lowest level they've been in 5 years,
Will our
and we're on a
taxes
trend to go
come
even
down
lower.
because this is going in?
I was just going to say that. The more the better they are because of what they can bring, larger buildings and more land permits to be issued. That's all revenue to our town. And I'm not saying this is all about the revenue. That's a benefit for a town that's needing the revenue. I mean, we've been dealing with the taxes here for a while. The benefit to our country, to just understanding what is being ushered in with these data centers. It is something that we are going to be in a race for on a geopolitical scale, and I'm happy to see Kenilworth in the center of that.
Another question, my taxes went up almost $2,000 in 2 years. Will they come down some?
Every time we do taxes, Ken is sick of hearing this from me, but I start out with, I want to give everybody back $1. What can we do? We're never trying to look for a tax increase anymore.
Well, if we're going to be getting a lot of money from them, why wouldn't our taxes go down?
I'm with you, Ken. Next year, we're going to have some
Ken?
things to talk about. Ken's our CFO. He works with our committee every year to try to do our taxes. And I am with you on that. If we're going to be vibrant because we have a company that's come in investing $1.8 billion, what does it mean to the people of Kenilworth? And can we get some affordability back here? It's the biggest issue everywhere. And we have a way to solve some of this now. And I understand a lot of the protests and a lot of the concerns. And they've been considered. And you're asking very good questions.
Is the water pressure going to go down for Union, Kenilworth? Because I'm hearing maybe our water pressure.
We've asked our fire department to look into that. I don't think you've triggered any kind of concern, Mike, to us about the water pressure issues. These are active things that we're looking at.
I can't get answers. I mean, the water company doesn't, I don't have an inside track with the water company. So I really can't give any of it. I'm not scared, so I can't.
But will you guys find out all these things that everyone's asking and then, talk about it?
Doing our best, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Tony, as an engineer, do you think that would, is there a possibility of loss of pressure?
So the water company, I don't want to speak for New Jersey American Water, but generally before they'll issue a hookup permit. Is that better? Okay. Yeah, I don't want to speak for New Jersey American Water because they supply the water to the area. But generally, when a developer applies for a water hookup to supply water to a development, the water company will verify that they have adequate supply before they'll give them a permit. The water company generally will not issue a permit that's going to complete their supply because that's not to their advantage. So I don't want to speak for them. We can look into it, but I would be doubtful that the water company would give them a hookup permit if it's going to greatly impact their system.
Doesn't the Environmental Protection Agency of the state also have to, they're going to analyze this independently, and also if there was any issues, they would have the authority to strike?
Yeah, the DEP only gets involved if it's over a certain gallonage per day. I'm not sure what they're using, but so there are times when DEP would get involved. But the water company also has what's called I don't know what they call a master permit with DEP. So the water company has to answer to DEP. So when they issue water hookups, every year they have to justify their allocation to the DEP. And if they cannot, say, provide the paperwork at the end of the year when they report to the DEP, they have to show that when they issued their permits, they have the adequate supply. That's the process. I don't know what happened. I wasn't involved in it. I could look into it, but that's generally how it works when a developer applies for a water permit.
Thank you.
Hi.
Good evening. My name is Annette Dimondopoulos. I live on Madison Avenue in Cranford. Thank you for your time. I know this is trying for everyone. And I'm here because I do care about Kenilworth. It's not just because, I'll be affected. I care about everybody that shares this earth with me. I'll try to keep this focused on process, record, and unresolved questions. This board has already taken multiple actions to facilitate the redevelopment on Galloping Hill Road, including rezoning and adopting a redevelopment framework. Within that framework, a data center use case was introduced and contemplated, incorporated into the master plan, and subsequently, CoreWeave became a tenant of Onyx. Since that time, the record reflects multiple material changes to the project configuration, including subdivision of the property, transfer of portions of the site, and CoreWeave's transition from tenant to principal applicant with the expanded project scope. Those changes are significant because they affect scale, intensity, and permanence of use. That means when Mr. Miola testified during one of the resolutions that the application for the substation would meet the decibel levels, he was testifying correctly. However, if that was put together with the whole, would it still pass these configurations? The record further reflects that additional subdivisions and related approvals have been processed in phases, including approvals associated with electrical infrastructure components, while other elements of the project have been or are being reviewed separately. This is a concern. It was very clear from the beginning that this was going to be a data center, yet it was permitted to be subdivided multiple times so as not to be responsible or beholden for the compiled results. As a result, the project is being advanced through a series of discrete applications rather than a single comprehensive submission, evaluating total build-out impacts as one integrated project. There are also procedural concerns reflected in the public record of the April 24th and May 15, 2025 hearings, including multiple special meetings at special times, under special circumstances, expedited scheduling requests, guidance from zoning board members in making sure the applications went fluidly, and indications that site activity commenced or was discussed prior to full completion of permitting. This, I think, is your domain. These are observable in the meeting recordings and related documentation. This raises a clear question for the record. What procedural decisions were made to accelerate review and sequencing of approvals, and where is that full explanation documented for full public review? And it also raises necessary planning questions for clarity. Was the redevelopment framework used as the guiding framework for determining the recommended use of the site? Was it written to accommodate the evolving scope of the proposal? Those are materially different planning sequences, and the distinction matters for legal sufficiency and understanding. Ultimately, this comes down to process, integrity, and completeness of review. Thank you for letting me go over a few moments. Mayor, I know this is a difficult job, but I have to say, while the bare minimum procedural notice requirements may have been met, the structure and timing of procedures, all the extra special attention and meetings and schedulings that were provided to CoreWeave don't come near anything that was done for this town or anyone in the supporting towns. Having transparency after this goes public, over a year after this was accepted, is not enough. It's just not enough. So to be clear, the public has not relinquished its right to understand what is being approved in full scope, and the board retains the responsibility to ensure that approvals reflect complete, transparent, and cumulative analysis of the impacts, not a segmented review that obscures the total effect. At this stage, there remain unresolved questions regarding sequencing, scope, and cumulative impact analysis. Those questions should be answered on the record with supporting data that reflects the full scope of the project before any additional irreversible approvals or further construction progresses are made. We are not beholden to these entities. Someone testified here before that we are not even in an agreement, okay? These are people who apply immense pressure to deploy infrastructure rapidly, creating these conflicts. Our voice precedes their profits. We are your shareholders, and we come first. Thank you.
Can I just say somebody left their sweater? I don't know whose sweater this was.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Dillard Adekoya. I live in Union, 2616 Hawthorne Avenue. And I'm sorry, can you read your name? I don't have my glasses.
William.
William. Okay, so you're telling everybody that obviously, like, you care about your townsmen, yada, yada, yada. But if I'm being fair with you, it sounds like money's talking. $1.8 billion deal, right? It seems like you just want it on your resume. Because if I'm being honest, like, a whole AI data center being built right next to where people live is like completely unnecessary. There's so much land in the U.S. I'm gonna be honest. There's a lot of land, and all your people here, like these are your people. They're all right here telling you that it's kind of weird that you're doing this, and not only that, that like there's noise complaints of like the building, the whole site. The people, they're building random like towers like on the sidewalk. And I'm talking to people on the street. I'm walking around doing your job essentially and comforting people, telling them like, yo, like I also don't know what's going on. Come to this meeting, which is this one, and talk about it. Voice your concerns, because people are confused. Everybody's coming up here saying that they never even knew this was a deal. They didn't even know that they were building an AI data center. The mayor, which is the one who left, like let's all clap it up for the mayor, guys. She can't deal with anything. Yeah. The mayor was here on the last meeting, didn't say a word, acted like she was, I don't know, like a puppet or something. And then she's up here on a Zoom or something. I really don't understand what her deal is. I'm not going to get in that. I only have a minute left. But you brought up pros about how economically it's a good thing. Now, economic development relies on a multiplier effect, right? The idea that one business generates 5 more. A restaurant needs a laundry service. A factory needs a local part supplier. A data center is a closed loop. Everything they need, from servers to specialized cooling software, is shipped in from global vendors. They don't shop local. They don't partner with local businesses. They're literally an island. We are trading land that could be used for a mix of housing, parks, local entrepreneurship, for a static, silent box, which I really don't understand why like you guys would even sign up for it. Now, a town is a living organism, not a server rack. We should be building places for people, not for processors. Let's not sell our town's physical identity for a few dozen jobs and a tax check that might never truly materialize. Let's vote for a vibrant, human-centered future instead. And now, I know you said that like AI is the big future, yada, yada, yada. I get that. Like, I'm not an idiot. Like, the internet popped up. A lot of people were like, ooh, scary. But it's here now. We're using it. But once again, AI data center, the people are saying, please don't build it by my house. And what are you going to do? Build it by their house. I don't understand. Like, dude, that's really all I have to say. You're tripping. We're all tripping.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments. I'll be the first to admit I would have loved to have had a Topgolf in town. But you know what? They didn't come and purchase the land. The data center company did. And we don't really get the right to tell people what they can and can't buy. This is America. So, no, we don't. But listen, I would have
Once again, money talks.
I want to address something you said. I would have loved to have had some business and entertainment thing, even at Dave & Buster's. I'd go there with my kids. But, you know, you were talking about some things about not having these data centers next to homes. You probably know, you've lived in New Jersey, you're a union guy, you know how congested this state is. We are actually the most congested state in the entire country with the amount of people living in a square mile of each other. So how could the state be so incentivized, or these data center companies are so incentivized by the state? So the state representatives have a lot to do with this, and I ask you a question. Have you told them your concerns? Because you're here in Kenilworth telling us yours. What have you done to your
I've
state?
definitely told them my concerns as well.
Okay, so I applaud you for that, because that's where I think you can make a difference for incentivizing these data centers to come in. We didn't give them a tax break. We did not do that. When the announcement that Councilwoman Giordano Paserno was talking about, I actually remember that press release. Governor Murphy was in there applauding on this. This is a state level issue. All right, so a lot of people are showing up to the local meetings with concerns, but I just ask you, are you doing the same thing in Trenton? Are you showing up there? And I think you should, because you're well articulated, you've got stuff on your phone that sounds like it came from an AI sort of search, and that's why.
Oh, wow, very, very interesting. The guy who just told us that he uses ChatGPT and yada, yada, yada. It sounds like a AI search. Sorry. Wait, can I cut you off? That was highly disrespectful. Actually, highly disrespectful.
I'm sorry.
Shame on you, honestly.
You can shame on me all you want. The reality is everybody's searching on the internet to talk to us about this, reading us articles. There's AI.
And the reality is that you just assume that I searched it up. Stick to the facts, brother, please.
Stick to the facts, please.
I wasn't here to insult you or jab at you. I'm just trying to make a point that everybody's pulling their phone out and reading some.
It's called a notes app, bro. It's called a notes app.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm not talking
I'm not
to you
trying to
anymore.
pull anybody out. You don't have to, but I would applaud. I would applaud anybody going to their state rep to talk about the things the state is doing. You can begin.
Okay. I'm Maria. I live in Union County. I don't feel comfortable disclosing my actual address. I'm going to talk about something a little different perspective. So, I'm Maria, and I'm a local pediatric emergency department nurse. I chose this line of profession to serve and protect the community, and I would really hope that y'all chose your positions to serve on this board for the same reasons. In any profession where you are on the front lines of the community, there is so much frustration. I am frustrated with my patients all the time for so many reasons. It is very easy to get burnt out and put oneself in a you against them position because you're tired and you don't necessarily agree with them. Let's be real, y'all have been getting yelled at all night. And that's not easy. I often experience the same thing with concerned parents, but these are the cries of concern and passion. And when I have worried family members, I still keep my composure because I am the professional in this situation. I can't say that all of you have handled this meeting with that same grace. And I meet them where they are at and do my best to address their concerns, not just acknowledge them, but take action on them. What I'm seeing here is a group of burnt out individuals. I say that because if you were in the prime of your positions, upholding the oath that you took to serve our community, there would be many differences. Or maybe you came into this role with that attitude, but that would be a shame. And I want to give you the benefit of the doubt here. You would listen to what we're saying instead of simply being defensive. As people in positions of advocacy and who hold more power than the people we are serving, it is our duty to hear their concerns and move forward considering their wants and needs. You all and all of us may not agree on the risks versus benefits of this data center, but what we can agree on is that the people of this community taking their time away from their jobs, their families, their daily lives, to be here tonight, and an extra 30 minutes for your executive meeting, do not want this data center to be built. Do you think I always agree with my patients' plan of care? Absolutely not. But I took an oath to serve them. Yes, advise and educate them to some degree, but at the end of the day, their wants and needs are what I took an oath to serve, not my own. I advise you to remember that you took these positions for that same reason, to serve the community and advocate for their desires. Also, side note, in addition to being a nurse, I also have my bachelor's of science in public health. And I can say that prevention is the strongest form of medicine. Preventing this data center from being built and the repercussions that we have all expressed that will result is a safer and more effective route than having the damages caused and having your community's health and quality of life be impacted and then dealing with the effect after the fact. My final comment. You've made your argument clear, and we have made our argument clear. I think it's fair to say that we disagree. But at the end of the day, whose desires should be reflected in this decision? Those of 5 board members on this council, or those of the entire community that took an oath to serve? That's it.
Thank you.
Any comment?
No.
As expected. All right.
My name is Marla Conklin. I live in New Jersey. I moved to Union. Moved to Union in 1999. Bought a house right behind Merck. Not Sharon, and then it became Sharon Plow. I've had no issues being behind Sharon. Oh, I'm sorry, backwards. Sharon Plow and Merck. We've had no noise. Very rare. Once in a while, noise. Through all the years I've lived there, we've gotten notices for everything that was going to happen in that area, the 27 acres that was within our distance. This redevelopment was not notified to us within 200 feet of the property until the subdivision. Okay? And I have others who live within 200 feet who were not notified, as everybody in this commission is saying. So, can you explain how you're saying the legality of it is we do notify within 200 feet?
That's a planning board rule. I'm sorry, Mark.
Yeah, I can speak to that. The 200-foot applies to the site plan. I believe that with respect to redevelopment, that it's the property owners that are within the redevelopment that get the notice. It still gets published in the newspaper, but I believe that for redevelopment, it's just the properties that are being affected for the redevelopment. So the zoning, I think, notified the properties that were being rezoned, and the general public would have been notified via the newspaper publication. For the site plan approval, that had to go to all property owners within 200 feet of the affected properties that were being impacted by the site plan, and again, notified in the newspaper, published in the newspaper.
Okay, acceptable. Now, didn't we have somebody here from Elephant Hill Road? Where's the young lady from the grandmother?
I'm not, I am.
Oh, she's over there. Did your grandmother get a notice? No. She is within 200 feet. She is right across the street from the development. I stood on her front porch and watched it.
So I'm not involved in that process, right? That's not my board. What I could tell you is that a certified list is prepared by the clerk. It's provided to the applicant. The applicant has to prepare what's known as an affidavit of publication, which certifies under oath that they sent the mailings, return receipt requested, to everyone within that 200-foot radius, and that they also notified in the newspaper via publication. So I would assume that that took place by virtue of the fact that the application proceeded.
Okay, so really nobody does really get notified, even though we are legally saying we should. There's not one person in here that was notified of the development of this property.
All that
this
is,
subdivision.
what is required by law
What's
is,
not done, I
well,
live in her
let me,
grandmother's house.
if I may, I can't say whether it was or wasn't, right? That's not my gig, so to speak. But what they have to do is they have to send it out, return receipt requested, 10 days in advance of the hearing, with a certification saying that they did that. So I assume that such an affidavit was provided to the board before the application was.
Was it provided to me for the subdivision? That was not.
For the subdivision, my recollection of the redevelopment law is that it doesn't go 200 feet past the property that's being redeveloped. It's the property that's being redeveloped. I'd have to look at the law. I don't have it with me right now, but that is, I believe, different than the site plan notice that I had made that.
So when they start to develop on this site that's closest to mine, in the subdivision, I will be notified legally.
If you're within 200
I
feet,
am within 200 feet.
then you should be
I get the
receiving
right.
notice on any subdivision application or the site plan application.
All right, thank you for your time.
No problem. Well, that's a jurisdictional question for the planning board. And it will be in their file.
Sorry, can you say that again?
No, that's what I said. It's the affidavit.
Sorry, can you say that again? So that what was noticing that the clerk sends the applicant that should be provided, like that's something to provide as public knowledge?
An affidavit of publication was provided, supposed to be provided to the land use board. That's how the land use board knows that it can hear the application.
Okay, so that's something that we should be able to find.
That should be in the planning department's file.
Would that be through Oprah? The Oprah records?
It's a public record.
Got one more.
Hi.
Hello, my name is Julianne Murphy. I live at Elizabeth Avenue in Rahway, New Jersey. And don't worry, I'm reading from the Notes app that I've been typing up since I've been listening. Yeah, I actually do not use AI because I'm morally opposed to it. And so I just wanted to address a few things I've noticed. I was here at the planning board meeting last week, back out in the hall because we weren't really letting people in, but I was listening. And upon public comment, the hostility came quickly. and with any comments regarding the data center. And so it's really lovely you're telling us to go back to them, passing the buck. I also liked when you pointed out that using Facebook as a forum to be ironic, given we are speaking out against AI. It's almost like we all decided to show up here in person instead of commenting online, or in addition to it. So, again, the cynical comments are not appreciated. Many of those who spoke here before me said many of the concerns that I already have as a local resident. You may have seen, how emotional that all of us have become. This is an important issue, and it is apparent that you view this as out of your hands. But we are asking you to use your morals and use your conscience to consider, why would so many people from so many backgrounds, ages, jobs, towns come here if this was just, we're not paid, like we're here because we care. And I would really like for you to actually consider that and sit with that. As I said, you keep trying to pass the buck to the planning board, the state, the future you claim is inevitable. And all of these may have some part. I could agree with that, as do you. And I would like to ask, what are you doing as the council board to advocate for the health and the future of the people of Kenilworth? All I hear is about the taxes. What about the future? and don't worry, we'll be back. We're not backing down. You might be bothered tonight. This line might finish up, but we're not done here. So, keep passing the buck. Keep telling us. We'll keep on coming. And it's late at night. I'm tired. I've been working all day. I work in the city. This is not just fun. We're serious and we care, and I really hope that that's come across tonight. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Marcus. I'm a resident of Elizabeth. I'm not going to really solicit my address because I don't feel comfortable as such, but I have two questions regarding the AI data center. Well, not really two questions, but it is just broadly known as a whole that AI-driven research and AI-driven incentives by companies has been known to make human work redundant. I don't believe that AI data centers are morally a good business to open up in townships because as a whole, it is just a broad spectrum of AI is replacing human work. All right? I'm a blue collar. I work and I pay taxes. All right? My concern is that the introduction of AI data centers within residential districts and within the suburbs and everything is going to do exactly what companies have been setting out to do since the introduction of artificial intelligence and automated systems. For example, let's bring it to an example that everybody here understands, which is back in 2015, the McDonald's Corporation had introduced automation amongst all of its restaurants. Everybody thinks that was done out of convenience. It wasn't. The consequence of this automation being introduced was that cashiers as a whole were eliminated from their businesses. Now everybody is cross-trained within these restaurants in order to provide that service still. But as a whole, automation had eliminated this job. I don't know how 140 introduced jobs within Kenilworth Township is going to benefit when, as a whole, AI-driven research and data is just eliminating employment across the United States. I don't understand how the businesses and the taxpayer is going to compete with something that never eats, never sleeps, and is constantly pushing the dividends for companies. All right, it's broadly known that AI just doesn't help anywhere where it's introduced. All it does is just eliminate employment for people within these areas. Another thing too, and this is a newer statistic regarding AI, and I know everybody here would be interested in, is as of right now, all the Department of Homeland Security is willing to admit is that 30% of AI-driven data centers are being used for surveillance. But they think by 2030, this is going to jump up to 70%. I don't think that your constituency within Kenilworth is going to be appreciative that the AI data center in their backyard might be used to spy on them. This is a fact. The DHS and the people running DHS has not been shy about admitting this. They want to increase the usage of flock cameras. They want to increase the usage of flock on police cruisers. They want to introduce all of these things. And mind you, these aren't being done abroad. These aren't being done against America's enemies foreign. This is being done to American citizens. And surveillance is not something that I think any constituency would be willing to admit is a good thing for their interests, regardless of public security, anything like that. Thank you.
My name is Maya Smith. I'm a Kenilworth resident. I moved here about a year ago, and I had known about the data center at the time. Something that was said previously by the mayor was that they would be held accountable to these standards that we're expressing our concerns about for our electricity, our water, our resources. How are we going to hold them accountable? If they break any sort of these rules and regulations that we're putting in place for them, how are we holding them?
Excellent question. So we have an enforcement arm of our construction office, code enforcement, and when people are given variances for non-conforming properties, for just like what we're going to see here, and they're not living up to what they said were going to be their standards, they go out there. There's notice of violations that we can issue to them. The construction officials here like to chat with them about alleviating their problems. So if you take just a business that had sound or something, can a wall go up in between to block it? If you have something with water runoff, they work with them on what the pitch should be and where the drainage should be. So it's an evolution, I guess, if there is something that was said was going to be done that wasn't, and they'll work with our department. Ultimately, it would have to get changed or we take them to court. So that's pretty much how the process would work. Mark, did I say anything incorrect there?
Within the confines of the resolution that granted the approval, I would agree with that. And at the point in time when a redevelopment agreement gets ratified, we have the ability to put in some conditions. There are corridors of what conditions would be permissible, but we can build some conditions into the redevelopment agreement, which would also obligate them to comply with certain requests.
Okay.
So there's a second bite at the apple that is still available to us, plus whatever the conditions were in that planning board resolution.
Okay, so at this point, the power kind of lies in that redevelopment agreement. Like, it's not necessarily about stopping the data center altogether, but more so focused on whatever technicalities can be put into this redevelopment agreement. Is that correct?
Yeah, I generally would agree with that statement. The approval for the conversion of that building was granted. The time to challenge it or alter it is gone. Same thing with the redevelopment plan. But there ultimately will be a redevelopment agreement that's going to be coming before this body. And we will try to negotiate the best redevelopment agreement to address the concerns of the borough at that point in time.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your time.
So the planning board counts for the redevelopment.
I'm sorry?
The redevelopment you mentioned that they'll come in, the applicant will come in with the redevelopment plan, is that with the planning board or with council?
The redevelopment agreement is a function of the council.
Thank you.
I will tell you, the code enforcement guys out there constantly, no one's blind to what's going on. He reports back. So he's watching them. He will put the hammer down.
What do they know about exactly? Is he watching them or watching them?
All right, if we could have somebody come to the podium and talk.
The gentleman asked me to give me the grant to go, okay? Is that, have you blessed for that? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Real quick question. Was the redevelopment agreement signed?
No.
Okay, so my question is, why is construction going on? Usually, until the redevelopment agreement is signed.
I don't know, and I don't have an answer to that question, but in anticipation that someone was going to be asked that question, I've been asking some questions myself. I'm assuming that it's demolition, which I think you're aware of. You could do demolition under certain circumstances without having a development agreement or a redevelopment agreement. I don't know if it's anything beyond that.
You are right with the demolition, that you're allowed to demo. But running electric, running gas lines, doing the
I don't know what they're
preliminary,
doing. Yes.
no permits should have been issued. And there were fees paid for permits, I was told from the office. The guys charged $2 million in permit fees.
Yeah, Bob, there the mayor had gone over the sequence of where there was something on that property approved by the planning board in May of 2025. So there's activity going on there. There were permits that were taken out and paid for that activity. So, and the new data centers, I thought we were chatting about here, but
So that's what we are talking about. We're working on it now because it was approved a year plus a cell. And
correct.
What I'm trying to explain to you is without a redevelopment agreement signature, right?
My understanding is that they're able to do certain things without the agreement, just like Mark was saying, and they're taking the opportunity before they have anything to do that. The demolition, building pads for whatever they're going to be putting there. I don't know if they need a redevelopment agreement to do all that. And my understanding from talking to the construction office, the permits were issued for the things that were either pre-approved or that it's not a non-conforming thing that they don't need to go to the planning board
Not that they
for.
need a report, but they're not required to have a redevelopment signature, right? A signed redevelopment agreement.
I'm not exactly sure what they're building per the agreements, per not. I haven't been investigating the property like that, so I don't want to answer incorrectly.
Thank you very much for your response.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, boss.
Hello.
Good evening. All right. I will not be asking any questions. The reason I will not be asking any questions is because the answers from this council are not credible. And I'm going to explain why they are not credible. There is an obvious and clear conflict of interest going on with this council. How is this evident? It is evident in the fact that you present a host of supposed pros that have no basis in any kind of independent or unbiased study. They are simply opinions, speculation, that just coincidentally happen to match industry and clearly talking points. So that's one clear conflict of interest right there. Now, why this exists, whether it's because you guys have signed some kind of non-disclosure agreement, whether it's because you've sat in a room with CoreWeave and no other opinion, no other expert opinion that's independent of them, and you drunk at the Kool-Aid, perhaps that's what it is. Perhaps you're personally benefiting. We don't know those things yet. We will find out. We will find out those things. But it is clear that that exists. It is clear based on the answers that you give us. Let me make it a little more clear. The fact that you cannot provide a counterpoint of risks associated with this project is another piece of evidence that you have a conflict of interest. It should not be difficult to have some kind of unbiased, independent counterpoints that present the risk. Any solid, good organization that is making massive decisions like this is what they do. They look at the pros and the cons, and they don't just listen to one side and get all the pros and then kind of maybe like do their own little research on the cons. That's not how this is supposed to work. Let me make another point that makes it clear there is an obvious conflict of interest here. The fact that we are here demanding this from you, you represent us. It was your job to do what we are doing now. It was your job to go to CoreWeave and say, what are the risks associated with this project? And how can we validate the supposed pros that you are presenting to us independent of your obvious interest in this? That was your job. You did not do your job. So now we are here demanding that you now do your job. And do not anyone in this audience think for 1 second there is nothing we can do about this. That is not true. Because the way this goes is it will be divided, it's already divided into multiple phases, which includes requests for subdivisions, requests for variances, other requests that will come through in order to complete this project. And we will be here for every single one of those now. We will be here, and you do not have to approve them. Do not sit here and tell us that those things have to be approved. They do not. Quite frankly and simply, they do not need to be approved. Okay? We know this. We are coming. We are going to find out the truth of what's going on here. And we will be here every step of the way. And if it doesn't work out in our favor, we will be there at the ballot box. To make sure that anyone who's involved in this project and approved it and did not listen to the people at this juncture, you will not be in this position anymore. We will guarantee it. I am telling you now.
Hi, I'm Jody. I'm reading from my notes app that I was just writing. When I started reading it live back there, this is what I've written just since standing back there.
Where are you from, Jody?
I'm from Union County. I'd rather not give my address. At what point are you going to say, hey, maybe I should start asking questions of the planning board, of CoreWeave, so I can at least be prepared to answer questions instead of being wholly unaccountable? You keep passing the buck to Governor Murphy, but what he passed in 2023, when AI was being used to help in cancer detection and medical research, the AI of 2026 is being used to endanger the human race. It's telling us we can't believe our eyes anymore. Our basic sense, we cannot believe our eyes anymore because we don't know what is real anymore. You don't know what's real, 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 you don't. I don't, because AI has made us so confused that it is a literal danger to the human race. Societal and technological evolution is expected and welcomed, but the mass expansion of technology from 1990 to 2023 doesn't even touch the speed at which this one technology has evolved since Murphy passed that order in 2023. Murphy has also made recreational cannabis legal, but Kenilworth unanimously passed a resolution against any dispensaries in town, citing more research and a revisit in some matter of time. Why aren't we doing the same thing here? Why can't we pump the brakes just to make sure we are doing what is actually right, not only for the local community, but society? Why can't you use your power to say to your colleagues on the planning board, hey, can we discuss? Can we look deeper? Who can I talk to at CORE so I can get some information rather than sit up here and look like an idiot? Thank you.
Hello, my name's Terry Seuss. I'm on Chestnut Street over in Union, about 2 blocks from this. I can sit on my deck and watch the emissions, right? So I have a few questions. That cogen plant that's over there, will it be expanded? We haven't even heard about that. They're going to provide their own energy. That's cogen. That's from a plant on site. It's an incinerator. How is that being regulated? Any answers? Okay. At the very beginning, the mayor addressed this group and said that this will be quieter than a conversation between 2 people. Prior to that, she said something very important. She said she's in negotiations, probably you all are in negotiations, to negotiate a pilot with the developer. What is a pilot?
It's a payment in lieu of taxes, and I'm not aware of any negotiations with both.
Okay, I was surprised to hear that there was a discussion of a pilot, but that was what was said at the very beginning of this meeting. Maybe you should ask a few questions about that, because for you and your finances, a pilot is a very bad deal for the town and the taxpayers. It means that the developer will not be paying the taxes that you expected it might pay. Okay, that's all I want to say about that. Please investigate. The other thing I'd like to say is we were at the planning board hearing, and we were told over and over again that these division lines can be approved by the planning board without a site plan. I would direct you to the New Jersey state law. It says maybe a minor subdivision could be treated like that, but subdivisions need a site plan. So I don't know why you're moving ahead with this without a site plan that's public, that's noticed to the people. And that subdivision was passed without a site plan, for the record.
You don't need a site plan.
Okay, I think that could be challenged by some of the people in this audience. So the other thing is, okay, we have a data center coming in, done deal. Although you said you would have liked to have something else, but no one approached you. What kind of appeal was put out for how to develop that property?
Nest and Onyx were they have a website where they were advertising the land. They came in and bought it. I mean, I like Topgolf, so I was kind of making a joke that I would have liked to have that so close.
Well, maybe you should have invited people to be part of that plan. What about more housing that's desperately needed? What about entertainment for families in
That
this
site
town?
was a former pharmaceutical plant. I'm not sure I personally would want to live there. I'm not.
Well,
I
it
don't
could
know.
have
Housing
been, there,
restrictions, Park does not want any housing.
there could have been some creative work done. If you're going for zoning variances for this kind of stuff, maybe you could have zoning variance something else. So anyway, please investigate these other aspects that I was raising, and thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here for Mike. I think he was unfairly thrown under the bus about the water question. Mike, I'm here for you, brother. My grandfather was on the fire department a long time, so I got you. All right?
Please state your name and address.
My name is Joe. I will not be stating my address. Thank you very much. William, I am in finance as well. I happen to employ people here in Union County as I own a business. I also live pretty close to here. My kid grew up in Kenilworth. So what I'm going to talk to you about right now is something that's brutally not AI whatsoever. It's called desperation, right? AI never gets desperate because, well, it's a machine, right? But what you've talked about a lot tonight is your personal desperation that you had in the finances and the CFO here. I'm sure you guys have had several conversations about it. That you guys were, I believe you referred to it as behind on taxes, or taxes were getting away from you, whatever it was. Something along the lines of taxes getting away
Tax
from you, right?
stability.
Right. So what I'm trying to say to you is that, you know, as a human being, and I'm sure you've experienced this as well, right? I have a mortgage, I got car payments, I got a beautiful wife who it's her birthday today, but instead I'm here with you. We all go through desperate times, right? Maybe we don't have so much money on a Tuesday, we're waiting for Friday. So I understand where you were at, you were behind, et cetera, and so forth, but doesn't that sort of make it a lot easier for a company to come in with a large amount of appeal and appeal to, you know, a town like Kenilworth, and maybe make some things a little bit easier to navigate when you guys have had a property that's been sitting there, like you said, I believe you said it was a third of Kenilworth, which is insane. But doesn't that make it a little bit easier for them to navigate their way in, maybe do something? And then my other question, or my other statement really is, you know, in that level of desperation, right, where we're wanting to approve something because we need the tax funds, or we need the 1/3 of Kenilworth to be occupied by some type of business that's creating some type of job, and all of those things. Like, you know, what about the desperation of the people that live here, that desperately do not want this, that desperately do not want to live near this, that maybe they haven't gotten the facts complete. Maybe it's 87.4 decibel. I mean, who cares, right? Who gives a shit? Here's the thing. What really boils down to is that if you want to sit on your porch and watch an AI factory hum at you, you should be able to maybe, you know, enjoy that, you know, that lifestyle that you've enjoyed. I mean, you said the Parkway, and I agree. I love the Parkway. I take it a lot. But the thing about the Parkway is it was there when you bought the house. So when you purchased that house and you saw the Parkway, you went, that Parkway, man, they travel a lot on that thing, but I'm going to sit back here and I'm still going to grill hamburgers, maybe with Mike, and we're going to have a good time, right? Because it was there before and you knew that. But now you're bringing something in to a neighborhood that's going to create a large level of disruption, and already has created a large level of disruption. So I guess what I'm saying to you is that when you're worried about your tax bill, and your finances, and you're trying to balance your books, and you have that level of shit, what are we going to do? I just want you to maybe take yourself out of the finance position, put yourself into the community's position, and say, hey, shit, there's a data center coming. What are we going to do? Because that's where we're all at right now. And I can tell you as a business owner and as a homeowner that if that thing starts humming, I'm running. And I'm probably going to go to Scotch Plains. And only because it's directly out of the sight of what I've found out is the mileage I need to go. So just so you're aware, just so you understand, that level of desperation, that's what I question. And that's what I look at to you guys when I say to myself, why is this so easy for them to do? So if you have any comments on that, we'd love to hear.
Yeah, well, my only comment is that you are calling something desperation when I was asked about what the pros of the project are, and there is absolutely a pro for tax stability in a town that needs it.
No, I'm not speaking about the pros and the cons. What I'm speaking about is when you said specifically, William, when you said specifically that you guys were behind. Maybe
I
the
never
taxes have
said we
fallen
were
behind.
behind. I never said that.
These are words that came out of your
They're
mouth
not.
that are recorded.
I actually, you can watch the tape. I actually
I
have
would
it
love-
written. I have it written down
I
in my
will watch
report.
the tape. I watched the tape last week where
The
the mayor was
questions I
asking
was
how
asked-
how much longer she's going to have to deal with this.
The questions I was asked
And
about the
clearly it was
pros.
only an hour for her today. Thank God for her.
I was asked about the pros, taxability is a pro. You were talking about the desperation of allowing them to come in, and we had a vacant piece of land.
How did the taxes look, William, before they came in? Right.
Horrible.
So you wouldn't consider that to be desperation? I mean, I don't know.
No, they're horrible.
To me, it's not
and I live here,
semantics.
and
Desperation is
affordability in
desperation.
the entire state is probably horrible.
I mean, that's the point we're all trying to
so
make.
we're
right?
all
So it's like,
we're all in this together. So please don't think this is a you versus me conversation.
it's not a you.
It is not.
I
So
never
let me-
painted
I
it that
wanna
way. That
explain-
was your choice to paint it that way.
Thanks.
I asked you about desperation due to taxation.
All right, if you
You're
want
in finance,
I'm
we
trying
all
to
know
sir,
it's numbers. It's very black and
I'm
white.
trying to answer your question.
Yes.
We could go.
You're
we
not
have
going into semantics.
we have an agreement to disagree here because I did not say what you said. What I think I
I'm
said
not disagreeing with you.
is that we have tax stability.
I'm telling you what you said, which is that
The
you had
property-
desperation and taxation.
Okay, thank you. The property was not purchased by CoreWeave initially. The property was vacant. It was left. It wasn't vacant. Merck had owned it, and they were the first ones to then sell it to a redevelopment company. The company's name is Onyx. There's a lot of publications about them buying the 1/3 of our town property.
Sure.
They then wound up selling it to another company.
I'm very, very aware of how shell
so this is a
corporations
chain
function.
of custody of the land here. So it's not like it was sitting vacant and desolate and things like that. This was an evolution of the land. We watched this happen for years. If we were paying attention, we would have seen all this happening.
Oh, I've been paying attention.
We were paying attention.
I've been here a long time. I've been here since I was born, and I was I had people that worked at Shelling Plow in my family.
Excellent.
So anyway, listen. So what I was saying to you is that it's a matter of desperation, which you're trying to skirt.
All right.
But you had a certain level of desperation here in Kenilworth when it came to taxation. You admitted that.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Your time is up. I was trying to answer your questions. I guess I won't because you keep
Because you
interrupting.
don't have to, or what?
No. Well, I tried to. I mean, there's
You
other
didn't.
people waiting.
You're talking about the pros being taxation.
I think I answered all your questions.
You're talking about the pros being taxation.
And Mike, for the record, I'm not trying to throw you ever under the bus. You're a good guy.
Mike, just so you know, he threw you under the bus, Mike. I want you to understand that. Okay, when it comes down to voting, Mike, remember this, okay? Remember this, Mike. I know he's got the finances on the fire department, but it's not that crazy. Trust me. You need a little kick in, we'll give you something. All right, Mike, I appreciate you. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Antonio Ferreira, 217 North 19th Street. Just to start, I would like to thank the mayor for leaving you guys over here with us, and she's, wherever she is. She left you to the fire. So, good job on her, all right? Number 2, William, I'm Gen X. I don't have AI. I still work with a pen, and I read from books, okay?
We're the same generation.
I'm great. You know that I'm not using AI. I don't have my phone on me. Okay. A lot of people in here have expressed their frustration. A lot of people in here probably did a lot more research than I have, and have spoken eloquently and had very good questions to which none of you had answers. Proper answers. Oh, it's the zoning board. It's this board. It's the other board. It's the other board. Who elects this board?
The mayor appoints the planning board.
The mayor appoints. So who's in charge of the board?
They are an autonomous body in charge of themselves.
They're an autonomous body, but it's appointed by the mayor.
They are appointed by
Not
the mayor.
elected by the people.
The mayor is elected
So
and appoints the planning board. That's how it works.
So they're the ones that make all the decisions. So when we go out to vote and vote on every single one of you, what are we voting for?
The mayor appoints the planning board in our form of government. That's how
That's
it
not my
works.
question. My
You're
question
voting
is-
for representation.
Representation for what? Since the planning board is the one that makes all the decisions.
They're making
and
decisions.
they don't have answers
Well,
for
they make
us.
decisions on decisions on non-conforming properties. That's what they do.
Okay, can you translate that into English?
So
that we
when
understand?
there's a commercial area or even residential and there's zoning regulations and ordinances that tell you what can be built there, if there's something that somebody wants to apply a variance for because it's not listed as something that can be built there, you go to the planning board and you apply for it.
So
and the
then who
planning board
controls the
goes through
planning
their
board?
process to approve what is now a non-conforming structure, a non-conforming business operation.
Who regulates the board?
They're self-regulated, right, Mark? They're an autonomous body, the same
Isn't
way
that
our
right?
governing body would be regulating ourselves.
Say who regulates them.
Right, who regulates them?
Their operations are autonomous.
Okay. But
The appointment is through.
the mayor. So the mayor decides who's going to be on the board. How convenient. Isn't it great? We have a great democracy. Oh, republic, I'm sorry. Anyway, so gentlemen, I know that about October, November, somewhere around there, there's some funny signs right on the boulevard for the most part. Huge billboards with some names on it, you know, asking us, the residents, to do something on November 6th or November whatever it is. They're pretty big signs, you know that? Because why? Because it's probably very important that we vote. Oh, voting it is what we do, right? In November, right? For people, you know, to represent us, right? So you're a public servant, correct?
Yes.
Am I correct? Okay, very good. So you're supposed to have answers for us. Now, don't you think that maybe a data center, something like a data center, or any major construction in the borough should warrant a sign, at least one.
Yeah.
I didn't see one.
Right.
At least one sign that says, "Dear residents, just to let you know, we approve the data center construction."
Right.
You know, so that maybe I don't get blindsided. Because you have no problem in putting those signs up when you want to be on those seats, correct? When you're looking, you're knocking on my door, saying, "Hey, Mr. Ferreira, I would love to have your vote. You know, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fight against the development of the apartment building over there on 32nd Street or whatever it is." Or you knock on my door and go, "Hey, Mr. Ferreira, I would love to have your vote on November so that I can have my seat in the council because I'm going to fight for you." Where's the fight?
Your time is up, sir.
Where's the fight?
Your time is up.
Oh, like that, huh?
Your time is up.
Let's finish up. I'll tell you what. In November, don't come and ask me for the vote.
I won't.
You might. You come to me and we'll have a discussion. You forget about you.
Forget about it.
Good evening. Good evening, Adam Tomasic, 531 Washington. I just had a couple questions regarding the power station, Councilman. Is it known how much the capacity of the megawatts on the Merck property for the data center? How much the capacity is for that
A number of 25 or 50 is sticking out of my mind. It is publicly available information on the Nest website.
I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay.
It said that this CoreWeave data center is going to need around, and this is an estimate, 250 megawatts of power. That's around 200,000 homes having electricity for a whole year. Now I looked up simple Google searches, AI, it's out there. You know, we have to use it, and not willingly, but it's there. It says that to reach that capacity, 250 megawatts, either it's a few acres to 1,000 acres to build to reach that capacity. Now, is it known how the environmental impact of such a facility on site near so much of our community?
For the power plant specifically, or the
Yes,
rest of the
just for the power plant.
So the power plant's been there for decades, right? So we've had it in our community for since Sheeran Cloud's been there.
Right, but
so I mean, the impact of that is probably here already, right? Wouldn't you say, if it's been here for so long?
Well, but that's on a smaller scale. We're talking 25 megawatts to 250 megawatts.
Yeah, I would challenge your statement there about 200,000 megawatts powering homes for a year or something like that.
I said 200,000 residents, 200,000 homes.
Yeah, I have solar
for a
panels
year.
on my home, and I produce about 1 megawatt of power in the summertime, and it doesn't even power my house for the month. I mean, so I mean that.
But it
it's
doesn't
not as
power
big as
your-
what you're saying. I think
250
it is a lot, though.
megawatts.
Yeah.
We need at least 5 acres minimum on that site to build to reach their capacity. Now that's
Well, the
gonna
power.
come-
Are you talking about power coming from PSE&G or
electricity.
just the
You're
internal
saying-
power from that site?
You're saying that they're going to pull from their site and
Yeah.
whatever else is going to come from our
From
grid.
PSE&G, yeah.
Right. So I'm asking you, do we know the impact? First of all, are they going to build more capacity on that site? Is that known?
I do not know the answer to your question.
So I believe everyone knows here, last summer, you turn on your AC, everyone's electricity bill was like $600.
Yes, it was.
And looking online, it was because of the data centers in New Jersey. So that the power that's going to be generated, whatever CoreWeave doesn't generate on their plant, is coming to Kenilworth. Kenilworth did not have a data center last summer yet, and yet we were paying the price for their electricity use. Now we're going to have it in our backyards, and whether our taxes are stable or not, it's coming through our electricity bills now.
I'm no economics expert, but I cannot draw a straight line the way that you are from data center use to the increased bills over the summer.
How is
I
that
just
not?
I can't fathom
It's-
that.
You can look it up. It's
Okay.
a simple.
Well,
can you look into that?
I won't
please?
look in.
Can
I
you
won't look
at
it up
the
right now.
environmental impact as well for more.
You should
generation
express
power?
these concerns to the planning board if what they're going to do is approve a new cogen site or something like
And
that. I mean, you're asking me to go to PSE&G and research what their environmental
I'm
impact
asking
is?
if there is a concern.
Wouldn't that be a state level thing? So I guess
You are our representatives. You are our representatives. We should be asking you, and you should be going to the state.
So, sir,
to
Adam,
get
what's your
our
name?
answers,
If this
to
site
get
got
questions
built in a different
answered.
county, you're
I'm
still
sorry?
gonna. If this site got built in a different county, you'd still have the same concerns, I'd imagine, right? Because it's power in the state. It's
Yes,
coming
and
from
I
the power
do.
supply in the state.
And I've been trying
It's a
to
little
fight
bigger
against
than what we
But
have going on
you're-
here,
but
right?
the
It's more of
point
a
is-
macro issue.
The point
No,
is,
okay.
whatever you're going to save in taxes, if we're going to save,
Yeah.
is going to come from electricity bill and not from CoreWeave. No matter what their tax breaks are, no matter what their incentives are, we are still paying for it.
Yeah.
So please look into that. Please look at the environmental impact. That's 100 times more power they're going to need. 25 megawatts does not cut it. 250 is a lot. 200,000 homes. Think about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Going back for my last 30 seconds that I did not use my first question. Again, my name is Jody. I'm a Union County resident. And I would just like to ask about property taxes. Or not property taxes, but property values. How do we see this impacting our property values? To live close to a data center that's constantly humming, that's polluting our water, that's using our water, that's making our electric rates go up. How is that going to affect our property values? Because I happen to know from public records that your property value, sir, has gone up almost $400,000 since 2019. And I don't think you want those gains to go away as a finance person, right?
I think you'd see that similar as the whole zip code. Because
yes,
that's
I agree.
what's happening
I
in
agree,
Kenilworth.
but I think the whole zip code would like to keep those gains.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that
I-
like you're better than anyone here because you
Yeah.
might have had more property value increase. I'm saying that don't you want to keep your gains? But if you go to sell your house next year or 2 years,
well, I
next year, a
appreciate
data
your concern.
center.
I won't be speculative and say that a data center is coming here is going to tank the property values.
Have you done any research into that,
This is
though?
the hyperbole that we really should.
But
should
have you
follow.
done research into what data centers
No, I
do
have-
to property
I
values?
have not.
Why?
Because I'm not necessarily in real estate. I know that the prices.
But you live in Kenilworth.
I know that when you look at things like supply and demand, there's extremely low inventory in a town like Kenilworth, which means the prices
So
are big.
build houses.
Where?
Do an EPA survey of the
You
site.
can't build residential property on that site.
Rezone it. Look at 750 Walnut in Cranford.
There
They
are-
fucking
there
rezoned
are-
that.
there
Excuse
are-
my language. They
you're-
rezoned it.
you're
We all
incorrect.
went there and fought that too.
There are restrictions on that property that it cannot be done. So You asked us to do a lot of research.
I hear a lot of no, we can't, no, we can't, no, we can't, no, we can't. And I'm sorry, but we need to hear, yes, we can. Yes, I will. Yes, I will look into that because that's what I was elected to do. I'm done. I'm done. I've used my time.
All right,
Thank you. Just something to think about.
I'm Amy, and I live in Kenilworth, and I just want, can you hear me?
No, speak louder.
Bring the mic closer. Okay. I just want to know the reason why you can't rezone it. Is it because it's already hazardous there?
Is it?
So, no, my understanding of that site, and this is not something I am an expert on, but there's a deed restriction on the site that goes back from, I guess, original owners, that residential properties cannot be built on that site. So, and it was a pharmaceutical testing facility. I mean, you can imagine maybe why there'd be such a restriction. And I'm not alluding to any kind of spookiness going on over there. It's just I think we can all just connect dots and figure out maybe why something like that exists. So there's prohibitions on building apartments there or residential homes and townhouses. We can't do that there. Or at least nobody would be able to buy the property and develop it that way, which is where, not we, because we wouldn't be doing that ourselves.
Plus, because there's a power plant there, could there be a crack in the, is there like anything hazard, like something going on, you know how like.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Like power plants, you said they have a power plant there.
Yeah.
Is there like a meltdown starting to come about? Is that why we can't rezone that area?
No, I think the deed restriction, and I don't know this for sure, probably existed before the power plant. I mean, it's the history of the site, I think, that we would have to look at for that reason. I've never heard it's in connection to a meltdown concern from the cogen plant.
Okay, and the EPA has been on top of that? It just seems weird, the shearing plow pulled out, Merck came in. When shearing plow used to pay most of Kenilworth's taxes. Merck came in, our taxes went up because they got a discount. Now you had another company, what'd you call it, Ozark or whatever it was?
Onyx.
They came in, our taxes still went up. Now they sold it to Nest, or whatever they're called, and they're subdividing it to this core weave, right? How is that going to help us in taxes? Are they going to be taking over what shearing plow used to have, that big chunk?
Yeah, so let me explain that. So they have areas where there are no buildings that they've put in that subdividing, that if they put buildings up there, that's going to be good for town. That's you get a tax assessment on land and building value. So when you add new construction, it's a positive thing for the borough. The permits that get taken out for even the demolition, for the building, for the sewer connections, these are all positive revenue experiences for the borough. So we want the economic vibrancy. We would, as a town.
Now, why are they giving only 160 permanent positions there and not enough to Kenilworth and the surrounding towns?
I think it's the nature of their business.
Because there are a lot of unemployed people here.
I think that's the nature of a data center. I mean, it's not a factory. It doesn't require as many people, and the economics of them putting it there is that how many people they have. I think when we had a gentleman come here and talk to the council and said something about they have security, a few tech folks there because they're pretty much not moving parts, so it's not like you need mechanics and things like that. So it's just a limited amount of staff. There's no clerical staff or anything like that, so that's why the numbers are so low.
Okay, now, just one last question, because I didn't catch the answer very well. Do we have somebody there watching the hazards, the hazardous materials going on over there? Since it was a pharmaceutical, which you brought up a couple times, it's Shearing Plow, Merck, and then these other. Do we have anybody watching that property to make sure it's not affecting any of us around?
Well, outside of what our construction office would do and maybe the Department of Health, I would say no. I mean, we don't have anybody whose job it is to watch that. The EPA is not a Kenilworth agency.
Yeah,
So
are we contacting as it's in our town? Are we concerned?
I have not had a conversation about that specifically with the construction office, so I don't know. But I know that they are involved and they have testing requirements on soil every time a building gets sort of permitted. These types of things happen. It's part of the process, and it's done, I believe, through EPA regulation. So that is who's regulating and watching. If you think about it, it's the process in the state.
Now, everything that we've all gone over is gonna be in the open public, the open records, everything.
Public
Including
records are
the supposed
open.
not signed contracts.
If it's a public record, it's
Contracts that are not executed are not public records. Once they get executed, then they become a public record.
Okay, so do we have anything, well, I know that when we go for open bids or anything, I work in construction, as you can tell. Open records, we can see everybody's bid, or do we know who's actually in on that project, building on this project? Are they good people, or are they sneaky, down, underhanded people? How do we know?
You mean the contractors
Any of
that are working for the property owner?
Yes.
No, we don't do background checks on that. And what's that? I can't hear you. Yeah, well, we still don't do that, right? Unless they go for the permit. If they pull the permit, then they have to have certain credentials. But other than that, and you said that you're in the industry, so you would know.
I was in
okay.
construction background.
So on a private contract, a private property, we're only involved to the extent that they pull a permit, and we have to, verify the person's license has the right credentials to pull a permit, and that they're proposing to do the work that's been approved by the building department and by the planning board. But other than that, no. But there are obligations to comply with DEP regulations.
Right.
And if there's contamination on the site, and the DEP is aware of that contamination, then there likely are some orders that they have to follow with respect to remediation, etc.
There's just one problem with that. If they're getting a tax through the government, it should be open public record of what's going on, because it is part of tax dollars being given back to them. It is part of Oprah.
That would be with regard to whatever the grant is that they're getting from the state. The state probably does have regulations to that effect, and that they probably have to comply with whatever the requirements are. Probably a whole host of things, such as EEOC, as I'm sure you're familiar with having to comply with, and a whole bunch of other things. But then that would be the state imposing the requirement, and they would be answerable to the state. We wouldn't have that type of, because we're not exercising, we're not giving them anything to make them have to answer to us, other than the permits, in which case they have to answer us to the extent of the statute.
So you don't really want to get answers for your people, because we are your people, right? We voted you guys in.
We have, our rights are limited. What we are able to do are things that are granted to us statutorily. So we have things that we have to make sure a qualified applicant for a permit has to follow. But we can't just pass a law hypothetically saying that any contractor that comes on this site has to show us that they're of good moral character and they don't, we can't just create things like that.
No, but aren't you part of the zoning record where you're getting ready to sign off this unsigned contract we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, yes, but if you recall, when I started talking about the conditions, I had indicated that there are certain corridors and things that are related to the redevelopment that we could do. Sitting there and making sure that their contractors are like, and I'm using this as an example because I'm not really sure what your question is geared at getting to. But we couldn't say that you have to make sure that all your contractors are of good moral character. It has to be more narrow.
Right, but it couldn't be a state required thing that you can add to, like an amendment to this contract because it's still unsigned. so that we can watch over these people who are touching our land. I mean, this is Kenilworth, our land, making sure they're not ruining our towns or the towns around.
We couldn't be adding conditions to the nature of the contractors that work on their land.
But you can to the owners. And is it a true
we're
owner?
not vested that right. We don't have the ability to do that.
Is it truly an owner or is it like a sublease?
I'm not involved in the project, so I apologize. I can't answer your question. So I don't know. I know that the applicant was CoreWeave, and I believe that CoreWeave is in the business of owning data centers. So, and I think that they had a representative that was overseeing or was planning on overseeing the construction. So it's my belief, without being intimately involved in the application, that they're the ones that are hiring the contractors that are doing the work for them. That's my belief.
Okay, 3 minutes is up. CoreWeave owns the land, is that what your question? They bought the land from Onyx, who bought the land from Merck.
I thought they only
Well, they bought about 30 acres, and then now they subdivided that into 4 parcels.
Is it
But they own those.
sublease?
We have some other people that are with
That
it.
hasn't come to our attention yet. We anticipate, but they have to come before us again. If they want to do anything to those, any additional things, they have to come up with a plan and everything.
And we can't put any amendments?
I'm sorry, we have a line back there. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. There's 15 different uses in the redevelopment plan.
Thank you, man.
My name is Emma. I'm a Union County resident in Garwood. And I don't have a question, I just have a statement. I was at the planning board meeting last week, and I just wanted to point out for everyone here and for the record that multiple people asked when they could, because they weren't letting us discuss anything other than the subdivision. Multiple people asked, when can we come back to talk about the data center? And we were told over and over again, we don't know. We were told check back in about a month. And then I got home that night and found out about this council meeting that very night, and that people have been planning a rally for it. So just to everyone in the room, this council clearly has a vested interest in this data center being built. They clearly want it. They've made no attempts to even appear unbiased. And so when they tell you that it's a done deal, that there's nothing to be done, don't believe them. Keep speaking up, keep coming out to these things, and keep making your voice heard. Thank you.
My name is Katie. I'm from Bordentown, New Jersey. I came here because obviously data centers are poisoning our state. It's terrible. I've been to many council meetings to go over why data centers are bad, and I have never in my life seen a council try to completely confuse and mislead their public before. From him making us feel like there's nothing we can do, from you putting the taxes and the money above the fact that data centers do harm people. There's a guy talking about cancer rates and things like that they cause, to the water problem that the mayor was saying that's not going to be an issue. Like, I've never seen anything like it, and I would like to publicly comment shame on all of you. Absolutely shame. Yes. You also said this was a macro issue. You said this was a macro issue, but what we do locally affects everyone globally. The butterfly effect is very real. And we have a huge problem. We have a climate crisis going on right now. I don't know if anybody using their plastic water bottles up here is aware that the Earth is 1.47% over its self-regenerative limit. That means we cannot continue to poison the land. We cannot continue to let data centers and big corporations come in here and tear down what little we have left. 1.47% over its self-regenerative limit. And you guys want to continue to bring the people out here in distress because you just don't seem to understand that. It's horrible. We have no coral left in this country, and it's because of big corporations. It's because of things like this. Biodiversity is down 70% in the last 15 years. And there's more data centers going up. It is absolutely shameful. You guys have the choice. He has made it clear the agreement has not been signed. You have the choice, so you could be local heroes. We can turn the tide for your family's sake. We can change the course of history. We can have sustainability and fairness. But if you approve this project and you let this data center go up, shame on all of you. You do not have to answer just to your community and your families, but to your own souls in this universe and in this life. You have to answer to good itself. You will have to answer to good itself on why you allowed money to go above the fact that you're poisoning your community. Data centers poison people. I don't know if you've been aware of that, but they do. They cause cancer, they poison people and children. So you're putting money above the fact that children will be poisoned.
Can you explain how they're getting poisoned?
Yeah.
You
There
can do
was-
that.
there was a
I'm
doctor-
asking her a question. I'm asking her.
Why haven't you looked into it before?
I have. I'd like to hear what she has to say.
Did you not hear the doctor? Did you not hear the doctor that was up here? I'm answering your question, sir.
I have multiple people because they don't have any idea what they're
I have a
saying.
question.
So maybe you should speak.
Cancer, and there's nothing, I can't find anything that
So-
causes cancer.
Okay, so every big warehouse has runoff, right? And just the fact that they go up and tear down, like, all of, this one's already built, so this, I'm not a scientist. I'm just a person who cares. I understand that there is runoff. The water usage alone, like that glyphosate that they use to put into that water, that's a forever chemical, and it does leak into the waterways. It does. Whether you regulate it or loop it or whatever it is, it does not. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I think your time
Why
is
are
up.
you
It's getting
putting
late.
money above the fact that it is poisoning your community?
Thank you for your comments.
Good point.
Thank you.
Greed will fall to you one day.
Hi, my name is Samantha. I actually am an environmental scientist, and I have information to answer your question. In closed loop cooling facilities, like the one that is coming, there is still a 25% lossage of water in those facilities. And like we were saying before, in that water there are forever chemicals that go into the air and seep into the water, air that we are breathing and water that we are drinking. Therefore, it will be affecting us. Thank you.
All right. Somebody else is waiting? Okay, we're good to go? All right, awesome. Antonio Ferreira, 217 North 19th Street. Joe, my time restarted. Thank you. Gentlemen, just want to say one thing. You were woefully prepared for this.
Can't hear you.
You were not prepared for this.
What?
Okay? What you guys did, what was done, I don't know who decided it. You keep saying it's the board, it's the board, it's the board. You were not prepared in any way, shape, or form. You did not communicate properly. You did not investigate properly. You simply just hide behind, it's the board. Okay? That's not acceptable. You are our representatives. We put you in those chairs for a reason. Because we can't be there ourselves. You need to do better. You can't do this again. This is not something that it's acceptable for the residents of Kenilworth. We moved, a lot of us were born here, a lot of us moved here for a very good reason, okay? And we're losing that by doing this data center. I understand data centers are the new internet, okay? Probably more than anybody else because I'm in the IT business, okay? They need to be developed. Do they need to be developed in Kenilworth? No. So, William, you seem to be a smart guy. Don't use that as an excuse. Data centers can be built out west in New Jersey, where there's plenty of open areas and it's not so condensed. I do understand. We have a tax problem. You know, and trust me, I know. Every year I know. You know, my tax doubled, you know, since I moved over here. Okay? It went up to, 100%. The thing is, you need to communicate. You need to let us know. I am not so much upset about the data center, to be honest with everybody, and I know it's bad. And I validate that for you guys. However, what really hurts me is the fact that you guys did not communicate, and then we have the mayor coming over here and saying, oh, I put it on Facebook. Guess what? I don't have Facebook. Oh, I put it on the website. Guess what? I work 9-10 hours a day. I don't have time to go on the website. I work in IT. I don't want to see a computer at the end of the day. I don't want to see a phone at the end of the day. I don't have Facebook. The newspaper? What newspaper are we talking about? Okay? So guys, let's do better. Okay? Let's do better, and let's, you know what? Council, if we can get out of this, let's get out of this. All right? Do your job. Okay? It's better. You can do that. All right? And Joe, you serve us. Don't forget. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ronald Haig. Gotta excuse my voice, I had cancer 25 years ago. So I'm gonna try to talk as best as possible. I live in this town 65 years in the same building. My parents lived there, my grandparents lived there. Over 100 years, that building's been there. I was here back when Sharing was here. Taxes, $1,200 a month. They left, understandable. Taxes went up. 2017, my taxes, 17. I was paying $8,000 a year. As of 2026, I'm paying $19,000 a year. Okay? I was happy when I heard this was coming in. Maybe my taxes will start coming down. I'm still happy if they do. But if my taxes go up anymore, and I said I was born in this town, and I'm gonna die in this town, I love this town, but I can't afford to keep paying more taxes. My electric, my gas, my insurance going up. My taxes go up $1, my electric bill goes up. It's time for me to pack it up and move. And I don't want to move. I love this town. I know everybody in this town. I hang in front of my house. People ride by, hey Ronnie, how you doing? I love it. I know most of you in this town. And I'm not here to beat up on you guys. I want what's best for the town. And God forbid, I hope there's no witness or everything I hear. Because I've been through cancer twice. It's tough. So I just hope you're doing for the good of the town and everything works out. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Adam Tomasic, 531 Washington. I just had a quick question regarding the missile. Miss was saying advocating for parks or buildings to go up there, and there was a reason of deed restriction. Can you elaborate what that means?
Yeah, when a deed restriction exists, not the attorney, but I'll try this one. There's prohibited activities or planned activities, like you can't build certain types of facilities.
I could illuminate with a deed restriction.
Please, yeah.
I'm not familiar with a deed restriction on this property, but a deed restriction is a limitation on what the property can be used for. So deed restrictions could be imposed by the person that's selling it. Deed restrictions could be imposed by the government. You see it sometimes where governments want to buy developmental rights so the property stays vacant, like not developed. In the environmental, DEP could impose deed restrictions with respect to the use of property because of contamination. There's a whole host of reasons why a property could be deed restricted, but the deed restrictions are generally imposed by a governmental entity or subdivision or the owner of the property before they sell it.
But it's unknown to this council that there is a deed restriction on the property.
No, when we were going through our affordable housing exercises, other things that the council has to do, we have a whole lot of land that we couldn't necessarily overlay as affordable housing opportunities because of prior deed restrictions. So when you're asking about can it be turned into housing, believe the answer is no, it cannot because of those deed restrictions.
Are those deed restrictions able to be found?
I'm sure.
Title search.
I'm sorry?
A title search.
A title search in Kenilworth, can I do that within this
Title
building?
search is done at the county level.
At the county level, so Union
Yes.
County, and then I could find out what deed restrictions put on this property? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you probably get a whole host of documents,
Right.
right? The deeds and everything that were sold from, years through the years.
But when the council was doing, was the council trying to make it an affordable housing project over there?
No, that's just a general, we had to go through, every town had to go through rounds with the state on where affordable housing could be built in your town.
And that was X'd out because of the deed restriction, correct?
Yeah, we had areas that we were able to choose from that wasn't there. My understanding of it was because there was a deed restriction there.
Okay.
So I'm just telling you what my understanding of everything was.
Right, because I know, I mean, why would there be a deed restriction in an area where there is a lot of land
It's not fair to ask him to speculate because he doesn't quite know what the restriction was. He's saying that it's his recollection that there was some degree of a deed restriction.
Okay.
He thinks it was related.
And my last point is I just want to, because I know New Jersey has contaminated sites up the wazoo. And a lot of them, there's brownfields projects done by the Department of Environmental Protection, and they turn landfills into parks, into affordable housing, into areas that the community can benefit from. So saying that there's a deed restriction, I mean, for whatever reason, it just doesn't seem like it's a viable option. But I will get back, I will look into the county level, and I will be back with more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I will make this quick. My name is Robin. I have had a lease in Kenilworth for 11 years, right on Market Street. I know about those roads. They were horrible. They've been paved over and new construction, made them bumpy again, and then paved over again. So I dealt with that for 11 years. I live in Cranford, and I just want to first thank you guys because this is a thankless job, and the anger that everybody has is, going towards you. It's not necessarily you, but the whole situation that's going on. I've never spoken at a board meeting before, so it's very interesting, very entertaining, I have to say. One of the things that I kind of wish you guys would do after this, because you've seen so much anger and frustration about not knowing enough information, and who do we go for this information, is have you talked to other towns? CoreWeave has had at least 33 data centers. Have you gone to other towns that were not the first ones to see what happened? And was this a good thing or not a good thing? To see their pros and cons that kind of can help us form a more informed decision. So I just kind of wanted to leave it like that. Information is king. And before we go down a road that we can't change, it would be great if we can get all the data and really inform the public. And this is the pros and cons that happen to other places, and we think it would be viable or not viable. Thank you.
Sorry, my name is Alyssa Magnifico, and I live at 136 Walton Avenue. I kind of lost my voice. Since May 1st, the state of New Jersey has been under a drought warning. Our reservoirs are drying up, but the people are the ones that are urged to conserve water, to take shorter showers and drink less water. But somehow we can afford to build an AI database center. Are the corporations more important than the people? The board is deceptive. The mayor is saying the database center uses, quote, no water, when it actually uses 70% less water to cool the systems, which is still going to be a good amount of water and pollution. So why is she saying, quote, no water, no pollution? Last meeting, the The planner and the planning board engineer were sitting to the right, I believe, saying there was nothing permitted to be built on the land, yet there is building. And apparently they didn't know what it would be because they didn't know what was going to be permitted for the site to become. And the chairman also said, quote, "We are not talking about a data center," all while the mayor currently had a post up to Facebook saying it would be a data center there. And now you're telling us that it's been a while since it was talked about that it would be a data center, even though last time it was kind of made clear that it wasn't sure that it was going to be a database center yet. I wanted to say that you're in this chair for a reason. You're supposed to be for the people. You're the one with the power, and that's why we're coming to you. And that's why we're so emotional tonight, because it seems like you can't answer any of our questions. I handed out 200 flyers around my area last week, all within 200 feet of the database center, with some people that are here today as well. We are out here doing your job because you cannot properly notify the people around this site that you're building. You can't even answer our questions, really. And believe it or not, there are people who refuse to use AI and hold themselves accountable. There are ways around it. And to accuse my friend of using an AI in his message was incredibly disrespectful. You didn't make that comment to anyone else. I don't know why you made it to him.
The comment, and I will clarify this because there was no disrespect meant. If you took it that way, I do apologize. What I was saying was that everybody's using their phones. We had somebody up here talking about how they're worried about poisoning things from runoff, staring at a phone talking to us. How are these things made? Everybody's talking about the means and what we don't want to. No, you're going to continue using them. That's the point. The point I'm trying to make is that we're all benefiting from these things with AI. And what I'm trying to draw the connection to is that even when you Google something now or read some article that's been printed by the New York Times or something like that, it's coming from AI. And we're here debating that AI shouldn't exist. And we're using it. So and sir, there was nothing really directed at you in my comment. You were just here reading from the thing, and I heard what you were saying, and I said I almost read that article myself. I read the same things that you're reading. I did not mean any disrespect towards you. So if you made it a point to note it in your time that I was disrespecting somebody, so I'll make that my point to respond to you that was not the intention.
I appreciate that.
So thank you for your comments.
Even in your answer, it was a little bit condescending, though, talking about, again, the comment about the water. Because it is true, there is water that is needed to cool down the systems. It gets dumped on it, it seeps into the ground, and then it evaporates and it comes back down as rain. And that water is contaminated, and that water will affect us.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else from the public who'd like to speak?
Hello, my name is Renee from Union County. So I just wanted to note a source from 2024. The amount of data centers in the US is over 5,000. The next one in line is China with 449. Why does the US, the land of the free, need that many data centers? That's concerning for all of us.
I've read some things that there are trillions of dollars being invested into this. This is a big deal because it's going to be the next wave. So I can understand why the United States, the capitalism shining beacon of the hill, would be investing so much inside of what is the future. That's what we do.
Yes.
I'm sure when the internet was started, Oracle and all those companies were doing the same thing and building all the infrastructure. And that's what America does. So
Thank you for that, but that wasn't a question. It was just a source. I just wanted to state that.
Oh, well, you actually asked. Well, you said, why do you think that is? So I answered.
Thank you. Anyway, I just also want to commend you guys. You guys have been so responsive to all of us, so really, thank you again. The other thing, with you guys on the council, right, in May 25 of last year, you guys gave approval. And wasn't it concerning to be there's not a lot of residents here to be, against the AI data center? Wouldn't you, maybe think that is a little weird?
I think we average 5 people a meeting at best, and that's usually our professionals
but you
who also
didn't
live in
think,
town.
just for your own conscience, you didn't think, maybe more people should show up? Or just, it was normal?
No, actually, the whole town can come if they want.
No, I'm saying, but just for your own.
There's an existing data center, and nobody ever complained about it. It's been there on site. So obviously, this must be, bigger and larger, so yeah, there's definitely more concerns involved. But they will be addressed, and I talked to the construction official. If there's any problems, we can do stuff even after the fact. So it's not gonna be, well, it's too late now. No.
Yeah.
It'll be an ongoing thing. We're gonna be watching it even more like a law. Thanks to everyone bringing it to our attention.
I appreciate
A lot more
that.
concerns, but a lot of my research has not shown a lot. I'm saving my comments for the end, so I can only have to say that once.
Thank you. I have like 2 more points and then I'm done.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
no.
don't want to share my time. Question, not really. If the process is to provide a list, like the clerk is to provide a list of people in the 200 feet to the applicant, yet numerous residents were here today, last week, that saying they did not receive or not made aware, doesn't that alarm you as public servants to question what else is this applicant not doing or saying in the beginning stages of this? That's a little concerning. Also, I just want to say, when we say ethical, it's subjective, right? From different standpoints, just like it is with construction. The word construction, it's kind of subjective, right? Because residents are seeing roads being pulled up, trees being cut down, cable being down. To me, that looks like construction, especially when there's numerous signs outside that say construction in sight, deliveries go the other way, construction, be aware, construction. Thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'll be quick. I live in Union, and I drove around the other day. Please state your name. Lillian. I drove around and I saw these gigantic, ugly metal utility poles near my home on Chestnut and on the other street. I want to know, did Union Township know about this?
Have you gone to a union meeting?
I'm asking you, did you
I don't know.
consult with
We
Union
know what
Township?
other people knew.
Union knows.
Yeah, that we know what we
But
know.
I'm saying, if it was going to be on a Union Street, because one of the streets have these newly posted big, ugly, aesthetically ugly things going to power this AI data center, did Union give you the okay?
We don't know what.
We don't know. That's what we've been hearing
Union
today.
know, what Union, the town of Union, we don't know what they were approached. Anything done in their town, they would have to go through the same process of filing permits and applications and all
So
that.
obviously they knew, because if not, they would not have permitted all this
I
to
would
go up.
They
Exactly.
don't have the ability to permit or deny, just like we don't have the ability to deny applications in their town. That's a different issue as to whether or not they get notice. But I just wanted to be clear that they couldn't have said no. They that's not anything that they have power over.
So when they make 8 huge utility poles on a street, on a residential street, they were not supposed to notify the people, the residents.
Is that street in Union or in
Yes,
Kenilworth?
it's Union.
Oh, okay. That's a little bit different. I would think that if it was utility poles, that the utility poles were installed by a utility company, and the utility and the utility companies have easements on all thoroughfares to apply to build the infrastructure that's necessary. So I don't think that a municipality has the ability to stop that.
So when this planning board approved that, you guys didn't think about Union residents and how greatly they would be affected as well. Because, like I stated last meeting, we are closer to that site than many of you, all of you, because I'm sure you're all here on this side, and we're right in front of the site, just like the young lady said her grandmother lives right across the street. Anyway, it's ugly, but I'm not gonna keep repeating the same thing that we're saying. The health concerns, you wanted to minimize what's happening in the current data centers throughout the country, in Texas and everything. You wanted to compare and say, this is an established site, that wasn't, and you were talking about, I think, water, when it referred to water. But there's going to be light disruption, the noise disruption, the constant trucks coming in and out. I just wanted to ask if it would be possible that you guys consider a moratorium for any future data center expansions at this site. Because as I understand, right now there's one building that you approved to be a data center. But what's not to say they're going to build 4 or 5 different buildings of that's going to be a data center, which is usually what happens. Can you commit to conducting independent studies of the sound, the diesel generators that are going to be powered by diesel, that are going to make pollution into the air, and conduct your own independent environmental studies? Would you guys be able to do that?
I would not be making any kind of statement like that at this time. I'm not sure about my colleagues here, but I thank you for coming up and sharing your concerns.
So you are just stating that you heard what everybody's stance is and concerns. So you don't.
We're here to listen. Yeah, thank you.
Would you consider moratorium to stop any
Like I
further?
said, I wouldn't be in a position to answer
So
a
who would
question
be?
like that right now. Well, we would be,
Who
but
would be?
I'm not in a position to tell you right here, right now, what my position would be.
When would you be?
I don't know. You're all commended
Crazy. We're all-
for
yeah.
coming up here and sharing all of your concerns. I think we've heard a lot of them repeated over. They are major ones and they're worth repeating, so we hear them. And I thank you for that. We're not going to come out of this tonight with any kind of a decision on moratoriums and things like that. Our mayor isn't even sitting here
Well,
right
there's
now.
cities in this
Well,
state that did.
We're not in the position to.
There are cities that
I'm not
did.
even going to speak for my colleagues. I am not in the position to take a position on
Well,
that.
there
right
are
now.
cities that did.
I'm following
So
that. Yeah, I
That
hear
shows concern.
that. I hear that.
And it doesn't. There's no
And,
concern.
my analysis from the infrastructure things I was talking about before, I don't see the apples to apples from a lot of these other projects. And that's why I was mentioning them. And I wasn't cherry picking them. I think that I'm just responding to a lot of the things I've seen people talking about. They mentioned the Georgia power situations, the Texas light situations, the Indiana
So
and
you
the
can
Georgia
attest that
water
there's not going to be
situations.
extra lights there. Behind
When
her house.
when this came to
Shining
our
lights.
planning board, they were very specific about how the lighting was supposed to look, and they go over these things methodically of what the direction and pitch and how many candle light decimals or whatever they use to figure out how light it could be. They literally have scientific meters for these things.
They have.
Can I add a little bit?
Sure, please.
So, part of the site plan approval is imposing the design standards and the bulk standards that are called for in our code. And maybe there's a waiver, or maybe there's a variance that's sought. But those are the factors that the planning board considered when they granted site plan approval. So they did, and I don't have the resolution, that wasn't at the hearing, but they're charged with the task of imposing reasonable conditions on the use of the site. So the planning board would have been the body that evaluated what the light is, what the setback is, what the noise levels are, and would have had.
Kenilworth residents.
Yeah.
Not Union.
Well,
Union.
you're allowed at that meeting just like you came here.
Union doesn't regulate it for the benefit of
Right. So,
Kenilworth
but you're
residents.
saying that your people looked into this, but for the Kenilworth residents that don't even live there on that side.
Oh,
So
well,
of course everything's going to be
the-
roses and flowers. Yeah, everything's great.
the design standards, well, in this particular case, presumably they were in the redevelopment plan, so it did pertain to this particular lot. However, those standards apply to the lot, so it would apply equally, or I guess impact equally, anybody that lived next to the lot, regardless whether or not they're in Union or Kenilworth.
I don't think,
In
I
other
don't think
words,
anybody's home backs
if-
up to that.
If there is, I'm going to give you a hypothetical to try to explain what I meant. If there was a noise limit of 10, whatever unit measurement you want to use, at the property line, it can't exceed the noise of 10 decibels at the property line. It doesn't matter if it's a property line that's bordering Union or bordering a Kenilworth resident. The reality is it can't exceed 10 at any property line. Similarly, if there was a limit on a maximum light capacity, 3 foot candles. That applies to the whole site. It doesn't matter if it's on the border of Union or on the border of a Kenilworth neighbor. That's a flat figure that's going to apply across the whole site. So that regulation, which Kenilworth thought was reasonable to impose upon its citizens, will also give the same benefit to the Union citizens. So that's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, just don't ignore our concerns, please. And we want to prevent something that's not reversible.
Thank you for
I
your
can
comments.
answer one of your questions. We talked about the planning board. They were cognizant, obviously, of Union and then of any housing. Light pollution, there's a lot of measures that were imposed, noise, everything that was the planning board has considered. And if those measures are insufficient, we will impose more measures. We do plan on being a good neighbor, just not going to, disregard the fact that people live there. So it's definitely, and I just spoke with the code enforcement tonight and reinforced we can do it anything, even in retro after the fact. So it's
Thank you,
not going to be
Councilman.
ignored.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public wish to speak?
Paulette Rogan, 215 Faytooth Avenue. I just have a problem with the nurse. I don't know if she's still here. I'm sure she's not. And especially for those that do not live in Kenilworth, please do not ever call this board burnt out, this mayor and council. All these mayors, the mayor and council, have full-time jobs, they have families, and they're not here because they're making the big bucks, let me tell you. They love this town and they give everything that they can. So they're not burnt out. And all of you in every town that you live in, if you are so interested, show up at a meeting. 5 people, sometimes none here. Same thing with the Board of Education. That's where the taxes are coming from. It's the school systems is where most of our taxes come from. That's not going to change. That's probably going to grow because the town is getting more people in it. So how about getting on the board? How about stepping forward and taking over? People don't want to even run, and do you blame them? So I thank you with all my heart, all of you, even though sometimes I fight with this.
Thank you, Paulette.
You're welcome.
Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no one, I'd like a motion to close the floor for public discussion.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Boyle, seconded by Councilman Finestrella. Laura,
Aye.
do you have the skip for the end?
Do the right
Just ask for a motion to adjourn. I'd like, is there any other comments for the good and well-being of Kenilworth?
Team good.
Councilman?
Wait.
I did search. The legal actions against CoreWeave have to do with investors, nothing to do with any environmental impact. Pollution that I researched, the main thing from them, they cite diesel generators, which are only supposed to run if their backup and the grid are down. They're not supposed to run those constantly. I would assume that they might test them, but obviously better be doing it during the day, maybe one at a time. And if they make any noise, you could possibly you could totally enclose them. Let's see. Well, the other thing, and I hear a lot of environmental impact, but there's no, when we're building thousands of apartments, all this, nobody speaks out. And I always thought that was odd, because with the electric cars and everything, I know they're upgrading the grid. I know my cousin works at PSC&G, so I said, what are these big telephone poles? And we have to upgrade the grid. We can't handle what's coming. It had nothing to do with data centers, just general use.
Oh, yes, it does. They're
Alright.
building one
I'm sorry, this is not the public session.
Years. And so it was before we even had, I think, a redevelopment. They were, and they said, well, why do you have to have them that high? The reason why is because they had, because they're going to be putting more voltage through. So that was in the works as it was. There was talk, with the subdivision, there was talk, and it's only talk, they might be selling out. And, because there was talk of possibly cutting the street in there. There was talk initially, and this could all have been scrapped, we don't know. They were supposed to possibly put a hotel, or something there, we want Kenworth in, but they said something better. Supposed to be doing international research, so people would land, take the helicopters and land over there. Possibly the restaurant or something, again, this was talk. Maybe that could be it, I don't know. We'll have to wait to see what is proposed. Maybe they will sell it, maybe they won't. But these were other things that they were proposing, which probably bring their own issues, but we can definitely take a look at it. It's also supposed to, again, it would depend on rain. They have systems, like we're gonna capture any kind of rainfall and try to use that. Not gonna be obviously good at that, probably. There are cognizant of that, I was glad to hear that. Just like in the old days, we had the rain barrels, which, you're right, with the price of water, you might bring those back. There are no plans to currently expand their power generation there right now. The big why we all got hit, it's not just data centers, I'm going to say definitely they closed 6 power plants in New Jersey. 6. One was nuclear and the other ones were coal. They closed them and they thought they were going to, they did that before they had their solar farms up, even the windmills that were supposed to supplement it. Now we get our power from out of state and that's why we're getting hit as well. And that was bad planning on state government back when Murphy was in. I look for property values. I own property myself. I'm not going to shoot myself in the foot. And if it's built correctly, and it's not, it should actually bring it up because there's a high-paying people will be coming in here. Maybe they'll buy homes here. I don't know. That's my research. Like, your research is only as good as the answers that are sped back to you. There was no discount given to Merck as far as taxes. They fought like hell to lower their taxes before it was even on council. They knocked buildings down. It was like, well, we used to make medicines right here in town. It used to be the pillbox in New Jersey. Now everything's made in China. I'm not for that. I walked through those buildings, all empty. I said, where are all the people go? All the jobs. I wish they were still here. I really do. Unfortunately, we don't own the land and we can't dictate exactly, other than giving some uses of those 15. Worked for very hard and they won in court. They beat us in court. They said we were overtaxing them. We had to pay them back taxes over millions. All in the same year. That's why everyone got hit so hard. CoreWeave's operating 43 data centers in North America and Europe. They're currently building them in UK, Spain, and other places. I haven't really seen, I'm like, is there any negative environmental impact? Just to see how they operate. Are they good operators? So far I haven't found, I know some data centers, and that's why everyone's, really up. Meta and some other places, yeah, they have poor designs. I wish there was a representative here that could have explained why their center would be different, like they have in other testimony before. And if nobody, I would like to know if everyone was properly notified. If not, that's a problem. Now, as far as putting billboards out, it's never been done. It's not required, but at least 200 feet, and they're supposed to do that. So I would like to know for myself because that has to be done. It should have been done. I don't know. There's a loophole somewhere. I can't speak to that. Yeah, people should have known. Now, I mean, there's people from Westfield, from far away. They wanted to be notified. It's just, I don't know if that's practical. I know that's definitely not the law. Everything is done by the law. We have an attorney here, and he keeps us on the rails. And will tell us, oh, you can't do that. You can't do this. That's why we have him, because we.
And the board has its own attorney too.
Exactly, and a lot of times they'll jump in like, no, you can't do it. A lot of things that you think you can or can't do, so that's why they're here, just to keep us on legal footing. So everything's up and up. And it's. And now someone mentioned West Jersey. I was thinking I'd be more upset. And I know in Georgia, I think they did it. They took farmland. They took like virgin forest, cut it down and build there. I would be not for that. Like this place is not like there's no forest there. I wouldn't want any development on any kind of virgin forest. And I'm very upset that there's no we pay for open space, and yet I've never seen any open space preserved. All I see is apartments going everywhere, congesting our roads, and Hey, there's food supply too. I wonder about the food supply. You got how many more millions of people? Food, and they're still going to use power and water too. So maybe not as much as a data center, but you know, I'm glad at least some people are thinking about that. I do think about that. It's kind of when I ran for office, and that's about all I have for my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? No, a motion to adjourn? Motion by Mr. Boyle, second by Councilman Finestrella. Have a good night. All in favor? Aye. Have a good night.